Welcome guys to today's stream where we're going to be doing more Kombat League in MK1. I have no clue why the game is making me run a benchmark again. Sometimes this game will, I guess, not remember my settings when I boot it up, and then we have to run the benchmark, which is odd.
Omni-man.
See which camera we're gonna try to learn today. Yo, Dubs, welcome in, man. Maybe Sector. Oh, I just realized. Yo, Dubs, thank you so much for that sub, man. I appreciate it so much. I just realized, I don't know how I never noticed this before, but when you guys look at the cameos, you see like above the name, like Darius, above it, it says intermediate. Above Janet, it says expert. Above Serena, it says casual. I don't even know that was a thing till now.
Superb.
Yo, an NRS Junkie with the sub. Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. What's up, Malignant? Welcome, man. So they have a ranking. This reminds me of MK Deception. If you guys played that game, they used to have a difficulty rating for characters. And some of them would be like difficulty 2, difficulty 3. So Janet's labeled as expert, which is pretty accurate. Darius is intermediate, which I guess is accurate too because you have to set him up. Serena being casual is actually accurate. She's very, very, very easy to use. Sark's being casual is... I don't agree with that. He should probably be intermediate because you have to know the bomb setups that he's able to do. But I guess in the beginning of the game he was casual, so maybe they never updated it. Kano being intermediate is... I don't know, he's pretty easy. He just has the knife toss, the laser. I guess you could do some cannonball stuff, but he should probably be labeled as casual. Jax being expert makes sense. Sonya intermediate makes sense. Sector's definitely casual. Frost is casual, true. Oh, you know what? We're probably gonna mess around with Frost today. Yeah, what's up, Blazin? What's good, Harfian? Chameleon being casual is, I don't know about that. She's probably like in the middle. You have to keep track of her, changing every 7 seconds, which is not easy to do. She should probably be intermediate. Madame Bo, I agree with this. You could also argue she's expert, but maybe not because all the drink cancels and all that doesn't seem to be a big part of her game. Fair casual, I agree with. Striker's definitely casual. Guess you could say Scorpion's intermediate because you gotta know the timing on the combos. Sub-Zero's definitely casual. Kung Lao as well. Chijinko, I agree, is expert. Matar intermediate. I feel like Matar should be casual. There's nothing really hard to do with him. Teleport's pretty easy. The low fireball's easy. It's not... I would put him as casual. Gore intermediate makes sense. Tremor's definitely expert. Movado should probably be intermediate because you can OS smash and get him to launch off a lot of stuff, which is really easy. So probably down to intermediate from expert. For the most part, these are accurate though. I think we're gonna learn some Sector. And then tomorrow, Frost. Frost seems really cheap. That one Scorpion player that was using the orb like that to teleport behind, I could do that with Omni-Man probably.
Sector.
Let's give Sector a go. Hey, what's up, Christian Gabriel? Yeah, let's see how Kombat League goes tonight. It will be just as hectic as yesterday. Over a year ago, you were using Noob Frost. That's an interesting team. I guess with that, you can go into a lot of setups and control space. Yeah, what's good, Gnarly? Gnarly snatching the first again, 3 times in a row. Shujinko and Tremor are the only true expert cameos? Yeah, well, I guess, what about Janet? What do you think about that, Harfy? Do you think she's hard to use properly? And I mean, like, actually using her, like, everything about her, not... Because I see a lot of people using Janet for the combo, and that's it. They don't really use the other tools she gives you. But maybe it's because you don't really need it. This is be an air clap. This guy has Pink Scorpion as his cameo? I didn't know cameos have that many different colors. Oh my god, I can't do instant air set. Probably this guy hasn't command grabbed me yet. He has Scorpion. Oh yeah, we have Sector. Hold on. Okay, that's how you do the teleport, which is kind of cheap. Teleport's actually faster than it looks. Oh, we stole that.
Did I break you? Round 2.
This guy might just be learning Ghostface because he doesn't have all the crazy combos the other Ghostfaces are doing. Dude, why am I struggling so hard today to do a basic air clap? What happened? Okay, he's reading my throws. Why is Ghostface wearing a dress? It's not really a dress, it's... I forgot what even that's called. It's like... I mean, it's not a robe. The best thing I'm able to compare it to... Have you guys ever played Resident Evil 4? Some of the Temple wears, or Salazar wears it. It's like a... I forgot the exact term for it. It's something like a robe.
Cut flesh.
Or I guess you could call it a cloak.
Final round. Fight.
Maybe I gotta check my control inputs after this. Yo, what's good, Wubba Lubba? Welcome. Oh my god. Can't air clap for some reason. I feel like this game sometimes changes your settings. Because it made me do the run benchmark for no reason. Let me see. Wow, I can't even look at my inputs here. Oh, wait a minute. Did he just lose?
Sector hovers and deploys
This is probably gonna kill.
missiles which explode all over
No
the
scaling.
Omni-man pins his victim to the ground. He pummels their face, shattering their skull and spraying blood everywhere.
Finish him.
Oh, my execution sucked today. I gotta...
Omni-man flies the victim into a subway tunnel and he grips their head to face an oncoming train full of people.
Gotta figure out why I'm struggling with that now.
Passengers are ripped to pieces as the victim is carved through the train, spraying blood everywhere. Omni-man hovers, holding the victim's severed head.
First fatality of the stream. But did he ever wear that in the movie? I think he did.
I'm not here
most
to
of the
play
movies.
Round 1.
Yeah, he wears like the same exact outfit. The funny looking string. That's literally what I'm waiting for. A horror fighting would be so good. I think NRS could pull it off. I don't know how they haven't done one yet. Like, surely the higher up that are in charge of telling them what to do would understand that that would, you know, make them a lot of money and be pretty popular. Probably shouldn't have broke that. Damn, that was smart. He needed to teleport around that.
I'll cut you.
Round 2. Fight.
Dude, Sector Cameo is actually kind of stupid. It doesn't go away when they're in your face doing strings. You can just sit there and block. And they have to respect it. Bro, this guy face is gaming right now. He's not even doing combos either. I gotta not be put in the corner against him.
Ghostface slices the victim's throat, then knocks them to the ground while stabbing their chest. On a couch, Johnny mashes buttons on a controller.
What? Oh, come on! This is bullshit! He's a dude with a
Ghostface emerges to stab his chest as blood
This is
splashes
such a good
his face.
fatality.
Fatality. Ghostface wins.
Top 3 fatals in the game. Terradrome stream when? You know, they actually released a Terradrome 2 on Steam.
I'm not here to play some.
Round 1.
But sadly, it doesn't have the same charm as the first Terradrome they did with all the original characters. They had to like rebrand everything. Hey, welcome here, Neto. Dude, Ghostface having that move is so good. You would think a character that has the damage he has and the mix-ups, they would not give him any kind of full screen move or teleport to balance it. Like, I actually can't even air clap against him or do my neutral thing because he could just call that teleport helping move. Yeah, and what's weird is you can't really punish it either. He just forced to block a mix-up. What's up, base? What about Lord Jared? Is that like a Sindel joke? Wow, we're both mashing like crazy. Could have held up. What's up, Surya?
Your parents must be disappointed.
Brutality. Ghostface
Damn.
wins.
That's insulting. Oh, wow, you're talking about VVV. I mean, I don't know if he was a pimp. I forgot. Oh, well, actually, some bad stuff happened with that. I just remembered what happened and why VVV went under like the year after with all that drama. I don't really use Facebook, so it was like some kind of issue that occurred back then on Facebook that I don't know if it was him or one of the people in the corporation and the higher ups got caught doing something bad, and then the reputation fell and they had to cancel everything. Man, these connections. Yeah, I have a problem against Ghostface. I don't really understand how you're supposed to play against him. You can't really play footsies or zone him because he has that annoying teleport clone check, which is like, what does it remind me of? There's another character that had a move like that, a Swamp Thing. It's like Swamp Thing's a clone punch from Injustice 2, and it's very annoying. I don't know why they gave Ghostface that. I feel like if you're gonna make a Batgirl type of character that you have to keep away and not get in and mix you, he should not have these full screen moves and teleports. Just makes the character obnoxious to fight against. But I don't know, maybe he's not even good. But to me, it just feels like he's a really stupid character. Like one of the better characters in the game. Wish NRS would focus more on archetypes and designing characters that make sense. It's like giving Zangief a teleport, or like a way for him to summon another Zangief behind you to smack you. Hey, what's up, Les? True Batman? I'm gonna eventually learn Ghostface.
You should really learn how to play the game, you piece of shit. Enjoy yourself.
I am learning how to play the game. Just discussing how I feel right now with some of these characters.
I won't leave until I feed.
Oh, I already know this match is gonna be toxic with the Tar on the screen.
Round one, fight.
Hey, what's up, Ed the Gamer? Oh my god, this guy's starting off strong already, man. 50%? Jesus Christ, bro, the Tar hurt.
Woman, you scared the crap out of me.
Yeah, you literally cannot get hit by any YOLO move the Tar does. You're eating 50. Like, that shit's actually scary. Gonna punish that, I fucked up. Good answer.
You turn my stomach.
Round two, fight.
Ryoki with Sector? Ooh, he's not. Yo, Sector's actually good for Oki. Hold on. Sector may be stupid for pressing the offense. God damn, dive kick down one? Crazy.
Estúpida.
Calling me stupid? No air zone.
You have a fraction of my final round.
Hey, what's up, Crit Kit? I dive kick, I dare you to.
Bitch, stop cheating, ho. That's all you do is cheat, ho. Why you ain't got reported for cheating, bitch? Everybody report your cheating ass.
Oh my god. I knew he wanted to wake up. Bro, just block, please. Please. Oh shit, he called me, I got a break. Oh shit, I probably lost there. That's over. Can I get hit by this character once or you lose?
Natara kicks her victim upward, then stabs her claws through their neck before slamming across the floor.
Finish him.
You try to fatal and messed it up. How the hell do you know how to do 50% combos off every touch? Like literally, waking up mash, wake up jump, wake up random dive kick into 50%. You know how to do all those conversions. But you can't do a simple fatality input. Somebody explain. Yeah, Natara is a character that's not very fun to play against. Not because of her archetype, but to me it's just crazy how she could just do any random move, and if you get clipped by anything, you eat 50%. That to me is like a wild character design. You just... I'm losing 50 now. It makes you just not want to move or play the game. You have to sit there and block non-stop, because if she does anything crazy, you just lose. And I hate how every time I hit her for doing something crazy, she loses like 10%. Like for jumping, like right here. If that hits her, she does 10%. When she hits me, I lose 50. Wow.
Round 2. Fight.
When I punish her, I take 40. When she hits me, she takes 50. Not very good damage balance in this matchup at all. Oh my god. Okay. You gotta make sure you always have breaker against her. Otherwise, you can't really do anything. Oh, Sector saved me. I literally cannot get hit here or I lose.
Thought you were stronger. Final round.
We need to play safe till we get that breaker. Oh my god. Wake up buttons time, let's go. Okay, we have breaker now. Oh shit. Actually, we don't have breaker because I just... Oh wait, we still do. Let's go, boys. That actually was intentional. My first one. He's laughing? I would be so mad if that hit me. He's crazy. He's actually crazy. He loves this kind of shit.
Amateur.
Oh my god. It's over. Oh wait, it's not over. Hold on. Yo.
Mira, se separa.
Sector is
Omni-Man flies
a ridiculous cameo.
their head to face an oncoming train.
I can't believe that just happened.
Passengers are ripped to pieces as the victim is carved through the train, spraying blood everywhere. Omni-Man hovers, holding the victim's severed
Bro,
head.
whoever played that sound command, the timing on that, holy shit, during the train.
Yo debería hacerle eso, bro. Pero no pega por eso.
What's up, Diddle? I mean, does it matter if WC is broke though? Because I think a lot of people don't even play these games for money. Just play for fun. At least that's how it used to be when I was playing fighting games. But I guess people want to... I mean, there's nothing wrong for playing fighting games for money. But it's very unlikely that they're going to be making tournaments have millions of dollars like other esport games. I don't think that's ever gonna happen. I mean, that's never even been a thing. The most money we've ever had in the NRS community was in MKX, E-League, and that's it. Everything else has not been that much. In E-League, I think, what was it, when Sonic won the first E-League season? He won like 200K for one tournament, and that's good. But that was only one tournament. And then we never got that again. Or I think we got it one more time, but it was a little bit less. But I don't think people should be playing fighting games to become like a millionaire or make money. It's just be playing them because you like them. Also, I just realized I lost. I should not have done that. Oh, wait a minute. Potential comeback there. We do have Sector. I should have been ready for that. There was literally the only thing he could have done there was doing a YOLO move, and I should have OS'd it. Like he had to. It's my first time using Sector for 20 minutes, so I'm not in tune with everything you can kind of do and play around and OS with him. But really, Sector's, so far, like, the 20 minutes I've played with him, he's kind of ridiculous. You could do something on knockdown, do a Sector missile, and they have to sort of block it, and if they try to do anything else, you could kind of play around that. That's really strong in a game like this. Because it prevents people from waking up buttons and jumping, or delay waking up into something. Yeah, how do you do the homing missile exactly? Is it double tap? Or is it down or up? Homing missile might actually be the dumbest assist in the game. Yeah, I like Movado Diddle. He's my favorite cameo with Omni-Man so far that I've played. I'm just experimenting with other cameos. But I was using him for a few weeks straight. Oh my god, this connection. Why is it always a Melina player with a horrible connection? Why does that go hand in hand? Why do Melina players have to have garbage connections? Jesus Christ, this is laggy. Yeah, Harkin's been trying to put me on Omni Tremor. Once I learn that character, I'm probably gonna be stuck maining him. Because the clips I saw, he's got so much depth to him. I'm saving Tremor for last. Because I think once I start learning him, I'm probably gonna make him my main. The shit, Harkin sent me a video of all the stuff you can do with Tremor, and it's actually ridiculous how much depth that cameo has. I don't know how the hell I'm getting hit by that shit. See, this is why Sector is good. It forces people to do shit. Having a cameo that forces your opponent to react and do something is very powerful. That's actually so good. Ensnare into that, the crush below poke. I hate when I hit people out of the air, you get a less combo. That's so stupid. If you hit somebody out of the air, you should get the same amount of damage, no less. I really hope they fix that for the next game. One thing Omni struggles against is if someone holds up, you have to do a stagger back one to combo them, but the problem is if they're mashing and they're like, oh, you think I'm gonna hold up? I'm gonna get hit by it, and then you don't get a combo, so you have to pick and choose. In my opinion, if you get hit by a launcher, it should launch them the same way it does on the ground. If you wanted to, we could do like a first to 2 or 3. So I'm trying to do a Kombat League sets. So we can pretend it's Kombat League or something. I should be jumping back. I don't know why I'm letting her walk up. So glad I moved them safe. Oh! I thought I hit her. Why the hell did she do that?
Finish her.
That had to have been an accident.
Omni-Man flies the victim into a subway tunnel and
Oh my God,
grips
it's
their head to
connecting.
face an oncoming train full of people. Passengers are ripped to pieces as the victim is carved through the train, spraying blood everywhere. Omni-Man hovers, holding the victim's severed head.
Do you guys see how bad this person's connection is? Can barely handle a fatality in the game. The connection's falling apart. This guy must be playing like on a
Round 1. Fight.
low-end PC or something, like maybe an old PC. that was a good punish. Playing some footsies now. Oh, try to meet you. I should have sectored into that. I don't know what my Warner Bros tag is, but I'll tell you right after this match. I have to just look at it at the menu. Oh my god, I really got hit by that. Yeah, sector is cheap. The way the missile lingers and hits people after they're doing stuff is kind of crazy. Okay, he's doing the... I guess that's the gimmick. She has no overhead. After the part of string, I mean. I don't know why that's hitting me.
Wins. Round 1. Fight.
We're both wearing the same colors now. God, I hate how if I hit people in the corner that I can't combo. Like, I have to do a different combo that still has less damage. Oh, that's kind of broken. That was an accident. I gotta start using that move more.
Did I break you? Round 2. Fight.
They should just kind of give Laura vibes. Just up block that. Oh my god. Why is that even hitting me? Yeah, I did double titties to get in.
Final round. Fight.
Bro, what is this gameplay? It's got, like, what is this, like, walk back all game and to get cameo and to do something? Like, Jesus Christ. I don't know, why does everyone play this game literally the same exact way? Have you guys noticed that everybody you play against Kombat League will just keep running away until they get cameo and then they come in and try to do something? Wait, what is this? People don't have different playstyles anymore? Like, I guess I'll do it back to him because why not? I just want to just make everybody play the same. Wake up jump. Okay, we're not getting hit by that gimmick anymore. Jesus.
The realms are mine.
They gotta fix that for the next MK game, by the way. You can't have people playing the same exact way all the time. Like, the meta being just walk back and wait until you get your cameo and then do something is kind of crazy. Alright, so we'll do a first to two, because Kombat League's first two. We'll do a quick first two with Diddle. I mean, I played against one Kenshi before in Kombat League, but he wasn't really doing anything, so I don't... let's see, my social. Okay, so my Warner Bros. Display name is Cute Splendid 908. I don't know why it's even that, I never chose that. I didn't even choose that name, I guess it's a randomized name it gives me. Oh, Diddle? Okay. What's up, Tricky Wizard? I'm trying to spice up my names. Every week I'll try to change like a new name, so it's not the same thing all the time. No, I definitely didn't choose Cute Splendid. You guys don't know about T-Spinner. My name. It's a meme from the 3D MK days. I think Base knows about T-Spinner. I don't know how Base does, but Base knows about T-Spinner. Alright, let's do first to two, pretend it's ranked. Or Kombat League, rather. Yeah, that was a good name, but I realized when I made that name as a meme, it kind of felt like the game was actually about that, so it no longer was a meme. Because people were literally doing that.
Kenshi, Omni-Man, Striker, Chameleon, Night Market.
Wait, why'd it give me Chameleon?
I doubt a blind swordsman can kill me.
Sento and I are more than meets the eye.
I guess from yesterday. Still saved. Hey, what's good, Mike? Nice. Oh my god, accidental up lock. The awful way to start. Bro, how long does that last?
I was a gangster, you know.
Round two.
Okay, Kenshi. Diddle's probably like, what is this scrub ass omni-man just doing random shit? That's cheap. Jesus, okay, remind me not to get cornered by Kenshi.
Kenshi wins.
Feels like a 2v1.
Round one. Fight.
They give Kenshi the same not looking overhead move from MK9. The overhead that literally doesn't even look like an overhead.
Fight.
why I keep getting hit by that. Oh my god. What? Okay. I guess that was too predictable.
Can she lose?
GG's Diddle. That's two. Yeah, well, if I ever run into Diddle in Kombat League, it's gonna be a quick beating. Because kind of like Kenshi is like what I feel like Noob Saiba should have been. He summons a spirit to help you fight. With Noob, they could have done that. They like summoned a shadow. And I'm sure you're able to fuzzy it because it looks like the low's a lot faster than the overhead, at least. And MK9, his overhead and low was kind of similar speed. Oh, you can't fuzzy it? Really? How fast is the low? How fast is the overhead? Because it looks like the low attack we were doing was a lot faster than the overhead. Visually. Oh, so you can armor between. So the mixed intercenter is fake, but you have to actually guess the mix up. Oh, is it my controller? Appreciate it, QW unprocessed. I'll be honest, Diddle, if you play against me, I'm probably gonna make you worse at this game. And the second you jump back in Kombat League, you're against people that know the Kenshi matchup, you're probably gonna be like, oh my god. I mean, if that's all Kenshi has is getting that set up and doing that, then I could see why he's low tier, because if you're playing against someone who's on you 24/7 and they don't let you get that out, then what does Kenshi really do? You just have... Bro, what is going on? What is... Wait. What do you mean sign in to enter this menu? What just happened? I lost the first to two and like it removed my account from existing? Is that really what just happened? I am like, what? Am I not signed in? I don't understand. Or is the server down? I literally have no idea what just happened. Oh, is this a crossplay bug that happened? Oh no, we're back. That was weird. Never seen that before. MK11 apparently has an issue where if you try to play against people that have a different Windows version or crossplay, whatever, it causes a desync. I wonder if there's some leftover issues with what they did going into MK1 that causes this kind of weird desync thing where you lose track of being connected online for a bit. Playing against Diddle gave me malware. I mean, those entire two matches are literally just blocking for most of it. I didn't even get to honestly play. And then the one time I did get to play, I did down one throw and he ducked it. And so much for that. What's up, dope? Can't believe he lost to post-nerf Tenchi. I mean, how much better was he pre-patch? What was it? Just like he would keep you in that loop for like the entire game or something? We're not doing 150 ms on wireless. Hell no. I don't even know why the game would tell me to if I want to play that. Wait, is unprocessed Diddle? I'm confused, or... Oh no, it's not Diddle. Passing the 150? Wow, Sentinel lasted for almost the entire round. 16 seconds? So you have to block that. Well, I guess... If you don't go for the 50-50, can you loop people on block, like a string into the Sentinel and then repeat it? Or does he not have that? Sentinel that was Guilty Gear pre-nerf? That's kind of funny. I mean, the design is pretty rad. I like it. It's interesting. Kind of like a puppet character. Oh geez, I could just imagine Kenshi Cyrex. Wow, we only got 150 ms connections on Wi-Fi tonight. Kenji's kind of cool in this game though. I think people rather have Kenshi be something like this rather than a power zoner. Okay, we'll just accept this 100 ms. I don't think we're gonna get anything lower than this. But I think people would prefer Kenshi play something like this, with the puppet setup offense, and rather than being just a character that runs away and throws spirits at you and it's hard to get in.
Fighter. You're in
Round 1. Fight.
Because MK1 and people hated Kenshi. And the worst thing is he was super easy to use as well. That's playing double cage. Yo, Rusty Spark, welcome, man. Thank you so much for the sub. I don't know if Omni-Man's gonna be good with the Cyrax, but we'll try him eventually because I want to go through all the cameos. Oh, even Sonic played Kenshi? Well, I guess that should explain everything you need to know about the character. At least back then.
Star power is
Help?
Round 2. Fight.
Gotta use my cameo more. Ooh, that actually doesn't disrupt my combo either. I get more damage out of that. Almost 40. I'm really liking Sector so far. He just stops the wake up button game. Throw him against the corner.
amateur.
Hopefully this round he starts ducking those so I can back one him.
Final round. Fight.
Wow, that is actually awesome. The fact that you can just knock people down and do stuff without having to worry about anything is so good. This might honestly be my new favorite cameo. That's like really strong. That had to have been an input error. There's no way you meant to do up close shadow kick like that. Oh wow, that ruined my fatality. Kenji's the deepest character in the game. Over Shang Tsung though? I heard Shang Tsung and Shujinko is like ridiculously hard to play with all the layers. You have to like basically memorize every character in the game to play. I can definitely see Kenshi being top 3 though, hardest to learn. I know, well, but it's kind of becoming that. Well, I think it's because every time I try cameo, I see something they offer me that's really good that I'm not used to, like having free Oki with Sector. And it feels really valuable. Oh shit, you can cancel that. This guy's getting so many input errors. Okay, he's keeping his strings tight. He's not really staggering. Probably like Reiko. He's a command grab character, right? Wow, I actually got hit by that.
Money shot. You want these?
Yo, what? He has Dudley's taunt from third strike? Oh my god.
Corner pop. Bring it.
Is that pop on block too? Or is that a gimmick? I mean, it's badass that they gave Johnny that. It's a better version of the thing he had in MK11.
You're not a real round one. Fight.
I am. You like that?
Probably hold forward after that. Could probably combo after that if I do that. Okay, we probably lost this round. Jesus Christ.
Corner pop. You want these?
It's the most nut punches I've seen in one combo. At least we make him waste breaker, but then we threw it away by doing that.
You won't be in the sequel.
Round two. Fight.
I can do this.
What in the world? He hit me, but then his finger. Okay, this is good. We got the meter advantage. We got all the space to walk back and wait for Kama to regen that we need.
Fight.
And he's going on meter. This is perfect. This is literally impossible to lose. Got really poked right there. He can do it twice. This is huge. We need this. That was such an ugly closing.
Omni-man flies the victim into a subway tunnel and he grips their head to face an oncoming train full of people. Passengers are ripped to pieces as the victim is carved through the train, spraying blood everywhere. Omni-man hovers, holding the victim's severed head.
Does drinking Madam's Bow booze do? It does a lot. Surat covered it. But it basically gives you, you can drink it up to 3 times. So every time you drink it, it'll give you like a counter. One drink is 1 counter, another drink is 2 counter, another drink is 3 counter. You can max 3 counters. Out of that, it gives you, when you're drunk and you have 1 counter, you could do a forward dash or a back dash. It's like a unique dash. You stumble and it consumes 1 drink. And out of that stumble, you can cancel into basically a normal or string or whatever, or block. So if you use that, so if you do like a string into stumble, you could do basically like cancels. So every character gets like a dash cancel. Then you have 2 drinks. You could do the Boraicho body slam overhead. from the air, and it'll combo if it hits them. It's unsafe on block. And if you get 3 drinks, you do the low puke, which removes all your drinks. So if you have 3 of them and you do the puke, it takes all of them away. They get hit by that, they slip on the puke, obviously, and then you get a combo. That's unsafe. It's a pretty interesting system.
You're not a real fighter.
But usually, people use Madam Bow more for the bottle tosses. They don't really use drinks non-stop like that. That's not a huge part of the game plan. It's more so the bottle tosses. It's the same Johnny that we just played. It is the same guy. He's playing double cage. Waking up down 2. Yeah, Cyrix bow is cheap because I think she gives you free drink, basically, because you're stuck in the net. I probably should not have broke that. That was a waste of meter.
Star power to spare.
Round 2.
Yeah, well, it's been 1 hour. I only have 7 fatalities because I've been getting my ass kicked in most of these matches. Sadly, we've been getting kind of destroyed today in Kombat League. You know, the usual. My god. Oh, she hit my sector. Yeah, we're gonna get some free knockdown pressure here. Now I see why people use a sector cameo. Being able to have Oki like that. Jesus, okay. I got hit by everything there.
Another perfect take. You got
Oh yeah, we count.
Brutality.
We're starting to count all kind of alities and finishers now. Because most of the people I play against don't do fatalities. They either do like animalities or brutalities and everything else. Which makes it
There's
so they
only
counter.
one thing worse than a coward. And that's a fucking cheating coward. You are pathetic. You're a fucking idiot. You're gonna get banned. You pathetic cunt.
Guy's so salty because I beat him last match. It's fine though.
You're not round 1. Fight.
Now because of that, I'm gonna beat him. We're just gonna dash. Oh, dude, I meant to. Oh my god. My throw did not come out. I mashed it. Omni-man just stood there. Guy's trying so hard right now. Dude, that how many jump kicks am I gonna get hit by? Yes, Venerous Classic. You hold up, you get hit by a string, but the first part hits you, land on ground, then you punish them. My favorite. The Paulo Garcia special. Does that really happen in Street Fighter also? That's depressing. I thought Street Fighter the moves recover quicker, like the strings and stuff, so when you hit people, you're able to move a lot faster than they would get up and combo you. Omni-man must have designed it for Paul's mustache. Oh. Oh, it didn't launch me because it hit me out of there. I'm dead here.
Janet stabs a pen through a
God
portrait
damn it.
photo into the victim's eyes. Grinning, Johnny slams the victim into the screen, cracking it.
Okay.
He lifts a large camera and pulverizes their ribs with it.
Would cue
This
card
just isn't
help?
fair.
Final round.
We have to win this.
Low effort.
Empty jump throw, let's go.
Finish him.
Omni-man flies the victim into a subway tunnel and he grips their head to face an oncoming train full of people. Passengers are ripped to pieces as the victim is carved through the train, spraying blood everywhere. Omni-man hovers, holding the victim's severed head.
Omni-Man wins.
Dude, that crazy yelling voice clip during the train subway is actually crazy. Why does it fit so good with that?
You're not a real.
Round one. Fight.
Oh, he went to Sub-Zero? No way. He hates the clap that much? Bro, people hate zone it. Jesus Christ. Dude, I gotta start answering that jump kick. Gotten hit by every single jump kick. Okay, we're breaking, we're calling sector. It's fine. Full comp. What? I did back 1-2 by accident? Jesus Christ. It's fine, we got sector. He keeps staggering 1-2. He's not changing it up. Oh my god, these combos, bro. Shit threw him behind me.
Think.
Round two.
Not a good punish.
Fight.
Oh, I'll take that. Give me that. Switch sides now. Oh, he's desperate. You sure about that, Tricky? Because I feel like I answered it before. He's dead here. Oh, I thought I had Fatal Blow, but I'm stupid. I forgot the game doesn't work like that. I was looking at my meter. Oh, he went to sector to counter. I mean, he went to Sub-Zero to counter sector. That makes sense. Wait, that break put me in the corner? What? Somebody clip that. How did that happen?
Omni-man grips the victim's head with a hand on either side of their skull.
He had me in the corner. I used breaker, and then he got put in the corner.
He rips their head off, then plunges it down through their torso before stomping the head.
Fatality. Omni-Man wins.
Is that what happened, guys, or am I seeing it wrong? I was in the corner, right?
Rank down.
I broke against him while I was in the corner. Then after the breaker, he got put in the corner. Or maybe that's not what happened. Why is this crate clip function not working properly? It's annoying. It's like sometimes it doesn't work.
You mad, bro?
I mean, he's definitely mad after that. I'll have to remember what happened and go back and view that again, because I think my breaker put him in the corner somehow, which is kind of broken. Because he did all that work to get me to the corner, he hit me, and then I break and then he's in the corner and I'm running away. That's kind of crazy. I would be really
You're
mad.
not a real fighter.
Round one.
Bro, the run back again? Oh my, bro, this guy's gonna keep playing me until he beats me, and then he's gonna DDoS me and talk shit, and you guys are never gonna see me again streaming. How is he matching up against me all the time? Okay, good block. It's so broken. Bro, these missiles are doing all the heavy lifting for me. I'm just sitting back getting combos off them. Now I see why Dave plays this cameo. This cameo is stupid. He won't do it again. Bro. Call Sector, come in, just do shit? That's so dumb. Yo, Sector is broken. And this is nerfed Sector?
Think.
Round
Why is the Sector cameo so fun to use? I feel like I'm able to do whatever I want. This guy's going ham. You want to see all my omni-man outfits? Imagine. Oh my god, of course I messed it up. I didn't know if it was gonna hit or not. I'm dead. Wait a minute, we're getting out of his corner. Man's gotta chase us again for next round.
Smash. Well, that was anticlimactic.
final round. Fight.
What? He does. I'm so confused that he literally just did that. Jesus, yo, I'm dead already. Oh, he threw it away. No. Why did I hold up right there?
I grow stronger. Johnny Cage wins.
Okay. I mean, every time I fight him, he's getting harder to beat, so... Eventually, I'm not going to be able to handle his power.
You're not a
Round one. Fight.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Why did my jump kick go through him? Good whip punish on that. That was actually good. Jesus Christ, this sequence is crazy. Wake up, jump. Oh, nope. He's got his meaty down.
I am the one.
You got caged.
You won't be back.
Round two.
I'm actually struggling right now. We're definitely gonna break. This is not good. Oh my god, that was the fattest meaty.
Finish him.
Janet uppercuts the victim's head
Well,
off.
Fatality. Johnny Cage wins.
dude, it'd be sick if you guys can play that Goku sound effect right when I do a dodge on somebody. If you guys time it. How much you guys want to bet now when I search, we're never going to get the run back ever again? I have to hold this loss for the rest of my life. I will never see this guy ever again in Kombat League. Yo, what's up, Sins? Well, I mean, it's a new game for me, basically. So to me, it's still fun. Oh yeah, you're right, Surah. I guess you would have to make a read, which is kind of hard.
What's your plan? Trick-or-treating?
Carving that stupid mustache off your smug face.
Damn. This is good. We need Ghostface experience because I don't like playing footsies against this character.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh my god. Dude, why do Ghostface strings all look similar? Hey, what's up, Kaliki?
Where'd you learn to punch like that?
Round 2. Fight.
Oh my god. This guy gets a combo off trade? Are you joking? Yo, this character has the most annoying strings. Like, I do not like playing against Ghostface. This character's just like spam string simulator over and over and over. Guessing his 1-2 is probably plus or 0. I hate playing against this character.
Ghostface wins.
He's like an MKX character. He just gets in your face and does the same string over and over and over and over. Like, I want to play footsies in zone with him, but it's hard because he has like good footsies for some reason as a mix-up character. And he also has a full screen presence. Maybe we have to just keep mashing backwards to make him whiff more. Why is he up blocking the missile? Does he not know I have a low attack? Wait a minute, maybe jumping back is good against them. That was an accident.
Think. Round 2. Fight.
Yeah, I had some extra time today, Leslie. I had a lot of fun yesterday playing Chameleon. I'm having a lot of fun playing Sector now, too. The more I'm using some of these cameos, the more I'm starting to enjoy the game and some of the stuff they offer. What's up, just got here? Welcome. I'm probably dead here because Ghostface does a lot of damage. Ghostface not have a low attack? Oh my god. Of course.
I'm afraid that was a wrong answer.
Fight.
Surprised that hit him from that far. Wake up that one. I have, that's the thing, since I have no idea what to do against this character. Maybe we gotta mash quicker on him. Oh, wait a minute. That was an accident. I don't know how that came out. Yeah, it's over.
Finish him. Ghostface wins.
Ghostface definitely the most annoying character to play against. Definitely the most annoying character to play against in this game. The constant like string, random command grab into 50%, string, random move into 50%, rinse, repeat.
Ah, you little fucking mug. Look at you, look. You sweat it up trying to fucking win, and you get beat, you little bitch. Get fucking good at the game, you little dickhead.
I mean, he's not wrong. I gotta... You know what? I need to just learn Ghostface and become one with the character and understand how the goddamn character works. I need to just main him so I understand every single string, every single option, every single cameo mix-up he could do. And then just play Ghostface. And then once we understand everything down to the science, we'll just play the character. That's one way to learn how to deal with it.
Seem reasonable. Stand down or die.
Get out of here!
Round one. Fight. Fight.
Yeah, my man's doing launch from block into down one. Well, he's cashing out double Sereno. I don't think it's worth to do double Sereno ever, because the damage increase you get is barely noticeable. Hey, what's up, Dab? Yeah, we're playing some Sector today. He's actually crazy. You get free Oki with this cameo. Like, they can't wake up buttons or do anything. It's really good. That's true, Tricky Wizard. You did tell me to play Ghostface a long time ago. I learned this punish from Dad, by the way. Teleport spear into that. I gotta up-block that. Oh shit. Some free pressure. Thank you, Sector. That cameo assist is crazy with the homing missile.
Finish him.
That time I was ready for it.
Omni-man flies the victim into a subway tunnel and he grips their head to face an oncoming train full of people. Passengers are ripped to pieces as the victim is carved through the train, spraying blood everywhere. Omni-man hovers, holding the victim's severed head.
The yelling in the train ride is so goddamn funny. Whenever you guys play that. Because it like fits the fatality perfectly for some reason.
You seem reasonable.
Oh, Deb, I thought it was Tuesday. I thought it was tonight. That's what Tom was telling me. Okay, so Scorpion's got a good sweep. Seems like it's plus or something. When I don't know what to do, I just call Spectre, and they come in and do something. Look at this. He has to literally sit there and block. What just happened? What? Ending match. Why? But like, what is it me or has MK1 been acting weird today? Is it my internet? No, it's not my internet. It's the game is loading at the bottom right. The game, I don't know what's going on. Have any of you guys been experiencing issues playing MK1 today? Yeah, this is, so I guess I take a loss for this game. I lose points, because I think when you get DC'd, it counts as you pulling the plug. This is terrible. It says I have no network connection, but how can that be? If I'm still streaming and I'm live, that makes no sense. Well, we lost that game, so we lost some rank points. That's sad. I never really had this happen to me before. This is rare. Out of the nearly 2 months of me playing this game, usually I don't get these things like that at all. Okay, you know what? We could try restarting. Let's do that, because the plate's safe. We'll just restart. It'll take 2 seconds. Wow, not even social's available. There's something's weird with it. I think it might be server side for the game, because social was blanked out. Unless, what if there's an update coming? They're gonna give Cyrex more bombs and make it so Homelander can fly above the life bar so you can't see him. Okay, rebooting. Hopium. If they did do another patch though, what do you guys think they would change regarding the characters? I feel like they would probably change the they don't like the fatal counter. I feel like they would probably change the cameos the most.
In a dark void, sand drops.
Yeah, I saw some of that, Rusty Sparks. We were talking about it yesterday when Fugue was in here. Crazy to see 1984 come out the woodwork. I haven't seen AC 1984 in like, man, 2015? it's been like 11, like over a decade. He came out, looked really good at UMK3 still, won the whole thing, and then you had Fugue, who defeated Shock, which is not an easy task. Shock is very good at UMK3. But Fugue, who started learning the game a few months ago, pulled out the win against him. There were a lot of close matches. The Shock vs AC set was really good. The Fugue vs Shock set was really good. I remember Fugue told me that
You seem reasonable. Stand down or die.
Get out of here!
he met up with Ali on Fightcade, and Ali trained him. So I was like, wow, no wonder you got so good so quickly then, because Ali's arguably the best UMK3 player currently over the past couple years. Like, he wins most of those tournaments there. This guy's got a cool scorpion skin. Looks like a different version of the DA one. Deadly Line skin. That was a punish on his whip. Jump kick. Good block. Surprised. Surprised he's got that such good patience.
Round 2. Fight.
I would love that Harpoon if they could change up block to be a different input so it doesn't come out by accident most of the time. That would be great. Oh no, it's gonna happen again? Dude. We're getting annihilated tonight on Kombat League. This is practically unplayable. There is some huge issue going on right now with should we switch games? I mean, if MK1's not working, should we go to MKX or MK11? I don't understand. We lost more points again. I guess both players get penalized? I'm assuming both players get penalized because the game reads it as we're both like quitting or, you know, disrupting the match. Oh, that's a shame. Look, social doesn't even work. See this? Crossplay must be enabled. Yeah, something's wrong with the game. Maybe they're doing an update. They're doing something with the servers. Let's switch to a different game. I mean, if it's my connection, then I guess we'll see. I actually don't have Injustice 2 on Steam. I have it for PS4, which I don't have anymore. But I guess we could try this. Let's boot up. If it's my connection, it'll happen in a different game. Yeah, sadly there's something wrong with MK1 tonight. So let's switch over to... We'll do some MKX. I was gonna do MK11, guys, but the problem with MK11 is this. It's hard for me to stream MK11 after playing or experiencing issues with games getting desync, because MK11 already has that problem built into the game on PC. And I don't think you guys want to see me switch games to play another game where I'm getting desyncs again. That would be over like a double kill in terms of the problem. So I guess we'll go to MKX. MKX doesn't have that desync issue. But if I get desyncs here, then I guess it probably is my connection. Actually, you know what character I feel like using? Well, we're gonna play a lot of different characters, but bust out some Sun God Kodal.
Faction battle.
Damn. 45 wins, 2 losses? This guy's name is Angry Shoma? So mad. I wonder what my stats look like, because I get declined a lot. They must be terrible. Or you know what? Yeah, back on command grab. Let's do a few Kotal Khan games, and then we'll do Lord Raiden. I was learning Raiden the last time I played this. He's actually really fun. Wait a minute, looking for opponent worldwide? This game has crossplay? I mean, not crossplay. It has region lock disabled after a certain amount of time of searching. What's up, Zach Ward? I did not know that. Surat mentioned that yesterday. I wonder why it does that. Why does it say worldwide sometimes? I guess when you can't find somebody for a bit, it'll look for people outside the region.
What is the secret of your powers?
My secrets are my own.
Share them with me. Round 1, fight.
Playing balanced, MK9 style?
You amuse my ancestors.
Oh yeah, balance has that safe armor. Oh, this guy's actually gaming.
My blade.
Let's see if you interactables. Oh, you can't parry that? What? I thought you could. Yeah, this song is great in MKX. I like it. Probably my favorite stage in MKX. Okay, good read. Oh my god. Maybe it isn't my connection. I can't tell. Well, I don't know. That could have been him. Yeah, well, I think it was a meme. IRS nodding to MK9 Kenshi, saying, hey guys, it's back, but this time it's balanced. Yeah, the stage is awesome. Oh shit, it might be over him, guys. What does he do here? It's like a block infinite.
Valena Pavan! Kotal Khan wins. Flawless victory.
It's a shame MKX never had like a Kombat League. Kombat League would have been so entertaining in this game. Let me switch the game title after this. No, not the game title, the game that I'm streaming. Oh my god. Hey, what's up, Chaotic? Welcome. Bro?
Your sacrifice honors me. Round 2. Fight.
Delay wake up into armor is kind of broken. Very hard to read. Oh, that Kenshi glitch is still in the game. Sometimes you hit somebody at the out of the air, but you don't get the follow-up. It's like kind of stupid. Damn.
One mind, one blade.
Final round. Fight.
He had enough of that. That X-ray is actually good for anti-zoning. That gets very good. You want to run a set? Yeah, we can, Zod. Let me change the game title MKX though. This is since we're playing a different game.
Valena Pavan! Kotal Khan.
Let me give this guy a first to 2 or 3. What is it? And then we'll play a set. Do you have the game on Steam? I don't think this game has crossplay.
Kotal Khan.
Oh, Sky Temple. I hate that stage. Probably the worst stage in the game, in my opinion. Which is a shame, because it was kind of cool in Deception, but in this game I just don't like it. Oh shit, this might be his main. Oh no, we got the desync. Maybe it is my connection. So it actually wasn't MK1 this whole time? There's something wrong with my internet. I'm getting, or maybe it's all NRS servers. I don't even know anymore. It might be my internet, or it might be something on NRS's side with their game servers on Steam specifically. Like MK11, MKX, MK1. Do I have you on my friend list, Zog? Yeah, I think you gotta be friends, so you can shoot me an invite, or just give me your tell me what your invite is. I'll send you at friend request. Yeah, it might be my connection. I guess it's my connection. Is the stream laggy for you guys when you guys see me playing? Alright, let me add that. If the stream is lagging for you guys, then it has to be my connection. It's normal? That's so weird. I'm guessing it's NRS aside. It says there are no users that match your search. For some reason. Rampant Earth Obesity is my Steam tag. Or my name under is T-Spinner. T-Spinner. I'm pretty sure I have Biggs on my friend list, I believe. Why do I not see it?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Let's see. You sure you sent it to the right account? Yeah, I didn't get the friend request. It says my error? What? Is there something also wrong with Steam? Yeah, I have the Left 4 Dead picture. Are you on Big's friend list? I could probably go to his and find you. Oh, you're, hold on. I think I do have, let me see. Oh, let me go to Zapbox then, because Zapbox is right here. Hey, you said it was... Is it just Zod? With the dark side? Oh, okay, I see. That's probably why I couldn't find it earlier, because I was looking for Zodek. Alright, now let me try inviting you. Okay, invite sent. Oh, that command is all broken. I'm gonna have to fix that. Yeah, a lot of stuff kind of broke on my stream ever since I got my new PC. Sadly, I lost a lot of the old stuff I used to have on my stream. Let me put a note to try and like fix this. Oh, you invited me? 1 second. I mean, I'm so curious once we get more data on this after today. Was there some kind of issue going on with the NRS servers today with MK1, or is it just my connection that's terrible? How do you feel about pokes being -1 on block in an MKX? I mean, I guess it depends on the poke. If a poke is very fast, like 6 frames -1, I think it's really dumb. But if you have like a slow poke like Tanya has like a 10 frame down 3, and it's -1 after, that's fine. because she can't just, you know, scrub it out up close all the time. So it really depends on the character and the speed and how it works. You can do mind games with Tina's down 3 on block in this game because it's -1. I remember when Fair Tor Lackey had a down 1 poke. He had the best down 1 in the game. Down 1 poke, a lot of range, 6 frame startup, and it was -2 on block. It was ridiculous. Is it worse than Yellow into Cameo? I guess it depends. I'm kind of starting to like Yellow into Cameo after playing some of these better Cameo characters like Sector. Cybersub is really cool in this game. Kind of looked like a gargoyle statue for a second. His armor attacks are crazy.
Round 2, fight.
Yeah, well, I mean, they kind of nerfed all the robots quickly. I remember Cyrus was better. Sector was super broken. I think Smoke was the only one that wasn't nerfed, or maybe they slightly reduced his damage. But I remember Sector Sharks and Cybersub were getting nerfed very quickly. Like, I remember Cyrus had less damage scaling. And Sector had ridiculous recovery on missiles and stuff. They were like plus 1,000,000. Nice, forgot that's plus.
Final round, fight.
Yeah, I guess it really depends how people feel about the game. You're asking them a question, because there's a lot of people that don't like MKX, or even like MK1 or even MK11. It really depends. So they'll probably give you like a toxic response. Damn, I confirm on that.
Triborg wins.
Pretty good Cybersub, Zub. Cybersub's always been my favorite out of the robots. That's true. I did actually make a video saying Cybersub was broken when he had a safe dive kick, extra damage. I wonder if they nerfed Cybersub because of me.
The Cyber Initiative lives on.
Because I was complaining about Triborg in the beginning, like Cybersub and Sector being a little too brain dead. It's sad because I ended up maining Cybersub for a few months too when he was nerfed. Good combo. should not have done that. Maybe down one into something. What are the swaggest brutalities in the game?
Threat level 0. Triborg wins.
Alright, hold on. We're gonna have to play more crazy with Tanya here. Cyber Sub actually has like really shitty mids. He has to do forward 4 or an instant dive kick to stop you. Oh my god, I forgot I didn't have run. Zana's gaming right now with this Cyber Sub.
Round 2. Fight.
I'm playing Tanya. Yo, RJ Unleashed, thank you for that Prime sub, man. Appreciate it. That was the wrong combo with that. Oh, I remember Day 1 Tanya. Probably the most broken character next to Day 1 Alien. I wonder who would win in a fight. Pre-patch Tanya or pre-patch Alien? That'd be crazy to see. Oh shit, this is bad. Definitely dead here. Ah yes, the pre-patch Summoner also. I don't think pre-patch Summoner was as good as Alien and Tanya though, but he was definitely up there.
Round 1. Fight.
I mean, I guess if you want to make the players really mad, Surat. Unless there's a way to restart it. But if you could never play it again, that'd be... Like, you mean like a online multiplayer? Yeah, that'd be kind of risky for a game design. Or maybe you could like create a character. And every time you die, you have to make a new character. Oh, my armor didn't last after that. Nice slide.
The Cyber Initiative lives on. Round 2. Fight.
I could gnarly, yes. So if there's any rewards that you think are too low, I could increase them. Or maybe the game audio is too loud. That was a bad, the wrong combo. What's up, just too swift? Yeah, my time's been getting better now. I actually have some combos, unlike before where I literally didn't have anything. stupid challenge.
Oh my god, he caught me. I was kind of waiting for it, but it came out so quick.
Survival is a problem. Triborg wins.
Wonder if I did the low move, it would have countered that.
Round 1. Fight.
Punish on that.
Falling for me.
Round 2. Fight.
That'd be crazy. So there with ice cancels. As far as I haven't even done that yet. I remember when Sonic was playing Pyromancer for a while and people were flipping out. He was actually beating a lot of people, but then he went to that one tournament, I think it was SCR, and he lost with it and then he never used it again. I guess because there was OSs you could do, I think Red Raptor found some of them. Like if you had to sit there and guess, it was pretty stupid, but then there was OSs that you could do to cover multiple options, which kind of made him be not as good. No, I gotta stop getting hit by that. Too much jumping.
I get what I want.
Round 2. Fight.
You may die now. So clumsy.
That's cheap. Interactables with Tanya. You basically get access to an invincible move that you can combo after.
Wins.
Kunlun could do the same thing too, but it's much better with Tanya because she doesn't have to use a bar.
Fight.
The combo off side kick easy like Kunlun does. Yeah, I remember that just too quick. Cyber stuff used to have a lot better damage.
Almost done.
Round 2, fight.
I gotta do 4-2 there, not 1-1-2.
Cyber initiative lives on. Final round, fight.
That was an accident. Oh my god, I think that's plus actually. If I remember correctly, +2 or something.
Triborg wins.
Starting to remember the little things Cyber sub had.
Round 1, fight.
Yeah, the movement, Cyber sub was always a good mobile character out of the robots. His dive kick, his slide to get around. Tanya as well. Tanya always had good mobility. Because they both don't rely on only running to get around. Yeah, walking in this game sucks. Same thing with backdashing, and running is good, but then when you don't have run meter, you feel like you can't move. You're just like stuck. Yeah, that's why I came out fast.
Triborg wins.
Yeah, Jack is the only character that has decent walk speed. Everybody else is... I don't know why they made the walk speed so bad in this game. You would think a game with running, you would want walking to be good, instead of being like so bad. Makes no sense. Sometimes it's like you're playing a car in MKX. You can go forward by running, but you get so hard to go backwards or move around slowly. Yeah, the car stamina, you gotta fill up your car with gas.
Round 2, fight. Wins.
Running backwards would have been interesting to see. Kind of hype, actually, when you think about it. Imagine you could run backwards when someone's chasing you, but maybe it costs a little bit more stamina. That would be scary to neutral. Yeah, backwards run. Every character could do. Maybe make it cost more stamina so it's not like you can't just run away all day. Nice.
Round 2, fight.
That was a bad drop. Nice answer. The good old standing for ice ball.
Triborg wins.
I think they need to rework the entire movement system in Injustice 3. Give every character their own unique movement. Like Flash could have crazy dashes, other characters have good walking, other characters will have to running, some other characters could do like super jumps. The way every character feels interesting. It would fit in Justice Theme, how they want to make every character unique. Oh, I got the wrong move there. How did that not freeze me? What was that? Or was it just not close to me? girl was kind of cool and weird at the same time. But she had that one stance you could enter, the flight back stance, and you could do a lot of stuff off that. And you could honestly use one of the options to move around.
Get up.
I think it was stance 3. It was kind of like a movement thing. I wonder how you convert off that. Maybe just one of them instead of 2? Oh shit, there's a gap between that. That was smart to do that.
Threat level 0.
I totally forgot
Hanzo,
about that.
please! Triborg wins.
Hanzo, please.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah, the glide stuff is cool too. Maybe make some characters fly in there. Like Carful with more control. Maybe like something like Homelander, you have like air dashes. Oh! Because Homelander does have air dashes and attacks in different ways you can enter them. Ooh, nice. Damn, is that Silvereye? Wow. Long time no see, man. How you been? I know, it feels like that, right? This is like a flashback to 10 years ago, MKX. Damn, I haven't seen animation in so long. I'm playing as Tanya right now. Against Zod using Cyber. Challenge on that. I've been good, man. How you been? I haven't seen you in a while. Do you still play at all? As far as MK1 goes? Good stuff on that. That's a bit cheeky right there.
Final round. Fight.
Yo, you know what's crazy? I can't believe how many people don't like MK1 until I got back. I only played it for the first month and then I wasn't into it because I didn't like the meta in the beginning with all the mashing and armor and cameos and Cyrax. But I just got back to it a couple months ago and they changed quite a lot of stuff about it. It's definitely interesting for me so far because it feels like a new game. But yeah, so many people just don't like the game. Like I remember Scar was telling me he doesn't like it. Ninja Killer doesn't like it. Not even like Dave and Tom like it. Sometimes I feel like I'm like the only one. Well, obviously not the only one, but I guess the cameos were a big miss with the community. I think we're never gonna see them return. Oh shit, the read on that. That was demonic, Zod. I literally didn't even see the animation come out.
Wins.
Oh, let's try a different character. Yeah, it seems like MK1's built around them too. We were discussing the other day, if you remove cameos from MKX, the game, I mean not MKX, if you remove cameos from MK1, the game would feel so weird. Like, I don't even know what some characters would do. Like Omni-Man, for example, if you remove cameos, what does the character even do? I guess he just does strike throw. Yeah, no, the X-ray is good, Zod. I agree. I think it's the best X-ray out of all the cyborgs. It's one of the things Cyberstuff is going for him. His X-ray is actually good.
Kenshi's my father.
No, she is father.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah, lose similar to MK11, but without the command grab. Which I definitely can see why people don't like that. Down one into uppercut is so cheap with this character, because if you counter poke, you launch.
Round 2. Fight.
Down one EXDP. Yeah, his command grab is really, and it's a mid on top of that. Having a mid command grab is so good, it forces people to jump. I mean, usually people are trying to jump anyway, but still. Oh shit, that move came out fast.
Final round. Fight.
That one has so much range. Can't escape it. Smart. Should have probably down one rolled.
Takeda wins.
Oh, standing 4. I need to try that Rusty Spark. I forgot what a standing 4 looks like. Let's see here. Oh, I see. Well, yeah, first one's down for plus on block. Oh, we're dead here. I gotta chill, I'm using that move.
Round 2. Fight.
Yeah, no, this is good stuff though, Rusty. I'm surprised how much you remember with Territory. Okay, we need this corner. I love when you make the roll meaty, you're like a slightly minus. You can down one them after, or armor. Alright, we'll try one more lackey. Zod actually understands how to play against lackey. Usually people don't, they panic. Wait, you can stampede cancel on this? Wait, Lackey has stampede cancels? How do you even do that? Oh, 4-2 stampede, okay.
Round 2, fight!
I wonder what makes it safe. It's the pushback.
Final round, fight!
The free armor on it's pretty good actually. Oh my god, why didn't I armor right there? Could have literally just armored back 4-2, would have probably chipped them also.
Try that again?
Takeda wins.
Alright, my leg is taking the beat down, we're gonna have to swap. Let's see. Oh, what's not the rated? What's wrong, Ration? Yeah, I think the command grab does more damage too. I should probably end in combos with that. I don't know why I ended with roll. Oh, one thing I don't like about his command grab actually is mid screen it throws you away from them. But in the corner it doesn't matter. Where's MK11? We'll probably play some MK11 during the end of the week. Oh, the pushback on the top. Yeah, Raiden's ridiculous. I was learning him last night, and I like him. I just gotta learn his combos and everything. It's so cheap. He feels so strong too. That was a scramble.
Do not provoke a god.
Yeah, not only does Displacer feel really good, strong, but he's also swaggy as hell to watch. His animations. Probably the best designed version of Raiden, honestly. Like, he feels like an actual elder demigod. Yeah, what's up, Deoxys? I shall learn Terminator MK11. I know how to use Terminator MK11. I played him actually for a long while. When I was streaming MK11 when the game was out, I played him for like 3 months. He was fun, he's just not that great. Nice down too. Wow, I tried to do forward 1-2 there, but I got standing 2 for some reason. Kazumiya's range, that one had a lot of range. That one's good.
Fight without skill.
That was, let's not talk about that. That's the first example of how not to play Raiden in this game. I know Incinerate Superman's a lot faster than regular Superman, so if you Incinerate, it comes out quicker. You could use it to go around some stuff. Like a kunai, probably. What's up, the Sicky Grandpa? What's the Foxy variant for Tremor? Don't tell me Metallic. Why was Tourette's message blocked? That was an accident. You can punch the low, but it's not easy. Yeah, the thing about Raiden's mix-up in this game is you can't fuzzy it. They'll both come out in the same frame, which is actually absurd. So you have to literally guess, which makes it scary. But I feel like Raiden's the character that'll make you want to block. Also, I should be doing the restand. What the? How did that come out? Isn't that plus, by the way, if you do that into teleport? For some reason, I think that's plus. Like +1. Yeah, that's crazy. How you could do a teleport on block and be plus. Nice read. Can't break here because no stamina. Oh wow, he covered everything. That was smart. There was no escape from that sequence. I was getting chipped no matter what.
Round 1. Fight.
Wish I had the Dark Raiden costume. Was this new block infinite? Hold on. Yeah, the Octus confirmed it. Well, it's like probably, he said it's probably +2. It's even better than +1. The only time you see block breaker is if you get it by accident or someone's about to get chipped out and they can't break. Okay, I gotta stop doing it as immediate. What the hell is the combo in the corner? Do you do 2 of those into restand or do you just do 1 of them? I'm probably doing the wrong combo. Hey, what's up, Soup? Okay, so I'm just gonna do 1 of them then into back 1-4 until I guess I could be practicing it.
Round 1. Fight.
Okay, that doesn't combo mid screen. There's no escape from these hands. Unless you do that. Dude, I may have the worst Raiden in this game.
Don't try that again.
It's gonna take a while for me to get better with him. Wow, I threw that right over his head. Go for the fatty back too. Okay, I guess you have to EX if you go for the 50-50 mid screen. No, bro. I tried to do back 2, but I went to go low block and do back 2, and the game's like, did you mean down back 2? Oh my, yeah, I may have to retire this Raiden right now. This is pretty ugly. Empty jump into that. I'm sorry you guys have to watch this. Okay, my first combo, let's go. That's the baby back too. Oh my god, I'm dead. Bro, super crazy. Oh, I could have probably woke up after that. World's worst punish. That'll probably work. Forward 1, 2, back 2.
Round 2. Fight.
Because that's a good stagger. Why did I break that?
Try that again.
Final round. Fight.
Yeah, I've been using that one tracker cheap. Dude, that safe armor wake up basically is broke as hell. It's like a flash parry that you don't have to execute, you just do it.
Raiden wins.
Yeah, I remember when his forward one was a 6th frame mid, and somehow the game launched in that state when we told them in the beta it was broken. Yeah, the EX armor teleport is so broken because it's so easy to do. You literally just tap down up, and you have this like pseudo armor launcher. I gotta stop these back twos. Walk up back two. I feel like my walk up back two is a new walk up throw.
Fight without skill.
I thought they would have more range. Okay, hold on. What? I threw him in the corner. Whoa, what in the... Okay?
Wow, that hurt to watch.
Since when does MKX have some good-ass anti-airs? That shit hit me from like the other side of the map.
Knucklehead.
That was a nice hitbox. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do one of those. I keep dropping it. Oh my god. Why is everything plus? Soup was right. Soup was 100% right.
Final round. Fight.
Okay, most shit punish. The Raiden doesn't have a meterless launcher, does he? You have to always use a meter, I guess. Or I think he does. What was that string? It's like something with a kick. 3 forward 4 or 2-1 something. Hey, what's up, Sangit? Welcome. I should have block breakered. Yeah, 2-1 up 3. I gotta do that.
Takeda wins.
2-1 up 3 into maybe back 1-4?
Round 1. Fight.
Why don't I keep going for that interactable? Not been doing me any favors.
Knucklehead.
Hey, what's good, Deimos? Yeah, block breaker sounds hype in concept, but it's like so bad. Bro, these rating combos are so bad. Bro, what is going on?
I'm enjoying this.
Round 2. Fight.
Sneak pressure. Back 1 staggers. Okay, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna have to swap off Raiden for now. I gotta practice him first. I'm pretty sure Zod's like, what the hell am I even playing against right now? It's bust out. You know what? Let's go to Tanya again. At least I actually know combos with her. But yeah, my Raiden needs to go back to the lab and learn the actual combos and stuff, because that is hideous. Pretty sure Raiden hits like a truck too. He does like 40%.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to practice that. Remember when Boone used to tell us how hard the Splicer was and nobody believed him? But he was kind of right. In terms of some of the combos, I mean. Nice punish on that. Welcome, Lord of Shanties. Wait a minute, bomb's not unblockable. Why have I been trying to block it this whole time? I mean, I've been playing it so like it was unblockable. I'm stupid.
The Cyber Initiative lives on. Round 2. Fight.
For some reason I thought his bombs were unblockable. Oh my. I should have maybe teleported there, but not the hit one.
Triborg wins.
Dude, I think Zod has the best cyber sub I've seen.
Round 1. Fight.
More. So what's going on in this match? That sucks. I wonder if it's because I hit the invincibility frame.
Fight.
This version of Tanya is actually her best variation now. After Kobu and Pyromancer got nerfed. It's real. She's got good neutral, safety, good mix-ups, conversion off damage, and she has good jumping in it, which is what Tanya's good at. It looks gimmicky, but it's actually not.
Tanya wins.
The Tanya tournament that had the CO, it was CO. Top 8 had like 5 Tanyas. They were all, most of them were using Kobujutsu and some Pyromancer. Kobujutsu was crazy back in the day. Ice Beam is fast. Madness somehow parried me.
The Elder Gods favor me.
Round 2. Fight.
What the hell is that? Oh my god, I forgot this does like no damage. Probably shouldn't have done that.
Final
I'm not pressing over that. That was cheap. Okay, I'm in the blender now. Damn, I should have not did the EX version of that.
Survival is a problem. Triborg wins.
Problem going for reads like that is it's very committal on, like, if you're going for someone something that's only gonna work if they're blocking versus if they're hit, probably not really worth going for. Nice, good read on that.
The cyber initiative lives on. Round 2. Fight.
Okay, I'm in too predictable. Oh my god. What are these meaty down twos I'm doing? Why are they... We're gonna armor, boys. What? Some of my armor didn't come out. It worked with Cyber Club. His
Triborg wins.
He has the best parry X-ray. It's like Sonya's. We could cancel it or hit your opponent with it if they bait it.
Round 1. Fight.
It's honestly probably the only good thing Cyber Sub has aside from his mix-ups and dive kick. And EX Ice Beam is pretty good. And MK9, he's awful. He's like bottom 5. But for different reasons. In this game, in MKX, Cyber Sub is bottom tier because his damage is shit and he has like no mids. And MK9, he has very good mids, but he has shit matchups. Like he gets zoned out by some characters really bad. And his mix-ups suck in MK9. In this game, it's like the opposite. In this game, he doesn't have mids, good damage, good mix-ups. MK9, he has bad mix-ups, good damage, good mids, but yeah, not good damage and not good matchups. This is why he struggles in MK9. Yeah, his bombs don't block about Cyrex, but the problem is they had so much recovery compared to Cyrex. It's very hard to get them out. And also, they had the issue of when they hit their opponent, they would never freeze all the time. Because there was a double not freeze rule attached to his ice bomb that made them worse. This game is fun. Welcome, Luigi. We're gonna break this. That was close. Yeah, sadly, Cybersub had too many rules attached to them in MK9. Like, bombs couldn't freeze if your opponent was in wake-up state. They couldn't freeze if they were frozen already. Like, they had all the... So they were almost not worth using. The only time they were good is if you randomly did them in neutral and frozen them, but who the hell's gonna get hit by a bomb randomly in neutral? Cyrax bombs didn't have all these rules. That's why Cyrax bombs were ridiculous. And Cyrax bombs had better recovery on top of that. I'd rather have Combo Breaker be replaced with like a different defensive mechanic that you can use during the game. I've never been a fan of Combo Breakers. But I mean, for MK9 and MKX, it's better to just leave them because people are used to the game. I'm talking more so for the next MK game. Damn, the damage on the last hit.
Tanya wins.
I mean, a breakaway could work. They just have to design it better. Breakaway wouldn't be bad if the game was fast, because then everybody recovers so fast, you would never get punished. The problem is in MK11, when you make the game so slow and funky with strings, you have a breakaway mechanic, you get stuck in these strings and you get punished. The movement right now from Zog. I believe. Maybe I shouldn't have believed right there. Yeah, sadly we're not gonna reach 100 fatalities today. I was supposed to play MK1 earlier, but MK1 servers kept desyncing in Kombat League. So I thought it was my connection, but MKX is pretty much fine. So it's something with MK1 servers that aren't working properly. Good block on that. Yeah, we're dead here. Damn, into the swaggy brutality.
Triborg wins.
Yeah, we're gonna have to swap a different character here.
Triborg.
What about, I know. Play some Sun God. Mortal Kombat may be the most fun grappler in this game. It's between him and Lackey. This zoner?
Your sacrifice honors me. Round 2.
Yeah, Sun God's awesome. Damn, that hit me so high up. The fact that his command grab is a mid is really powerful.
Kotal Khan wins.
It's one of the reasons why when I was trying Commando Kano, I like the concept with it. I just don't like how Commando Kanos are highs. I feel like his grab should be mids because he doesn't even do that much damage anyway. The Commando Kano's combos are, they suck. But for some reason he doesn't have mid command grabs. That plus a slow throw and hit. Damn, I should have down one right there. Yeah, Cybernetic was pretty interesting. I liked it. That's true, Surat. The problem with the parries though is you have to guess between mid and low, so it makes them harder to use than like a parry like Kotal Khan's. Might I do that? No, what? Oh, that's how you do it. I was like, how the hell do you do this, huh? Trying to do that after the EX Sun Disc.
Triborg wins.
Hopefully they get rid of armor entirely for next MK. Only reason I wanted it back at first was because false blocking certain gaps. Yeah, I've never been a fan of armor in NRS games. I feel like they could do something so much better and more original. But there should be some armor characters if they want to keep it as an archetype. But I feel like giving everybody armor is a bit overkill. I gotta stop doing that. That's fine, we got one I grow stronger in that run.
Fight.
I agree, Surat, but I feel like they should start doing that though. Because I feel like that's one way to make MK more interesting, is to make characters actually feel unique instead of everybody does down twos, everybody does crush and blows, everybody does armor, you know. Get the level 3 stun boost here. Now our command grab is gonna start hurting.
Your sacrifice honors me. Final round. Fight.
Most underrated variations of MKX? I think Lackey's one of them. I gotta look at the characters. I mean Conjurer, but I think people don't underrate Conjurer. They kind of understand it's not bad. What's up, Crazy Chew? I guess Lackey, because a lot of people think Lackey's like unplayable. Yeah, crime matches here is not bad. Dronia, definitely. She's underrated. I mean, Sonya in general is underrated. All three of them. Covert Ops, Dronia, and Special Forces, and Demo, they're all good. Like, they're not like top 3, but they're all definitely good. Hey, what's up, Malcolm? Yeah, I'm not a fan of Sonya in this game. I agree with you. Okay, we got 2 levels in.
The Cyber Initiative lives on. Round 2. Fight.
I've never liked Kodo's War God variation. It's just basically 50-50s that you try to mix your opponent up and stagger certain strings. I never liked it. Best thing about it used to be the armor launcher until they removed it. But if you like using like added 50-50 threats to your strings and staggers, then I guess War God's not a bad option for that. Good answer. Yeah, War God, his EX overhead slam with the knife was a launcher and had armor. It was very strong. It's kind of hard to punish too, because he used to have pushback.
Aaron Black. Reptile.
So I guess we'll do a few more games there, and then I'm supposed to be doing an episode with Tom and Dave in like 20 minutes.
Round 1. Fight.
I see. I haven't really seen much Blood God at all after it got nerfed. Like, I don't really know how good it is anymore because everybody stopped using it when it got nerfed. I remember Mads and Forever King were using it like crazy before they nerfed the hell out of it. Yo, what is happening in this match? Oh my god. This is some chunky MKX gameplay.
Gun is the best of
Rebel's kind of underrated too. Deceptive. Well, maybe it doesn't matter if you're invisible because you just do 50-50s.
Round 1, fight!
Damn, it's perfect.
Round 2, fight!
Oh my god, everything's going wrong. Except for wake up buttons.
Gun is the best defense.
That was a sloppy round.
Final round, fight!
Oh shit, he blocked it. Bro, these matches are Kind of funny.
Aaron Black wins.
Yeah, Aaron's actually sucks in this game. They did a good job buffing it in MK11, but nobody likes fatal blows.
The gun is the best.
We possibly may be getting new Enter game sooner than people think. If it's not the end of this year, I guess maybe in 4 years. Oh, I forgot I do not have my sword.
Could you not see me?
Round 2, fight.
Repulsive as ever.
When in doubt, armor. That's a lot of shit.
Get out of town.
Final round, fight.
I go for that. I'm gonna regret this. Well, we're zoning. The fox finished.
Bullseye.
Aaron Black.
Yeah, Nimble's good. Does a lot of damage also. The combos are hype. Yeah, the fox finish.
Mercenary.
Round 1.
I do wonder if Fenris is cooking anything up. I think they are. They're probably not. It's not going to be a crazy new game with a lot of resource put into it, but I think they're going to cook something up. Maybe we'll get a remaster.
The gun is the best of best.
Oh shit, what is happening? Hold on, possible comeback. Never mind. The worst media in the world.
Could you not see me?
Round 2, fight.
Repulsive as ever.
to rape.
Reptile wins.
Let's see, what else could I play? Got like 10 minutes.
Takeda.
There's surprisingly not a lot of characters in the MKX when you think about it.
Devora. Takeda.
How many characters are in this game? Like 20 something?
Round 1. Fight.
Really unprocessed. I'm not sure why the wired would be DCing more than the Wi-Fi. I'm still convinced earlier today MK1 issues was due to something on their side. Because usually when I play Kombat League, it's never doing that. Oh, I didn't have the bug cooldown.
Challenge would be nice.
Bro, is this Hayate right now I'm playing again?
Don't try that again.
Round 2. Fight.
Forgot that's plus. Jesus, this pressure right now.
Takeda wins.
You're to poke against Takeda too, because his back one has no hurt box. So it'll eat your pokes if you're not near him.
Round 1. Fight.
What the hell is that combo?
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, nice, you play Trilogy. It's a shame we never got the N64 version of Trilogy on the Legacy Collection.
That's important.
Final round. Fight.
I guess because it was easier to work with, because the N64 Trilogy is so different. They probably maybe didn't have the source code for that, like they did for the PlayStation version. Oh my god, I forgot. He has a reflect. It's so weird to see Takeda with a reflect. It makes sense because Kenshi has one.
Round 1. Fight.
Okay, I think after this match I need to get ready to get on Discord. Maybe we can still play. I could just mute the game audio while we talk. So that way you guys aren't just stuck looking at a screen.
That's unfortunate.
Actually, yeah, we could probably do that too, because I don't know.
Wow, that hurt to watch.
Zod and I have already been playing for like an hour, so I don't want to have Zod like play for 3 hours straight in a podcast. That'd be kind of crazy. Or maybe I should make a King of the Hill. King of the Hill would be better. That way I'm not... I may have to do stuff on my stream while I record to make sure the audio levels are good.
Final round. Fight.
MK1 trees on? I mean, I guess I could do that. Those trees aren't going anywhere.
Challenge would be nice. This Takeda pressure is real.
Takeda wins.
Alright, GG Zod. I know it sucks I have to leave right now. I would have probably went to first to 30 because you were so close to it, but GG's, man. I mean, I could try doing a King of the Hill. The problem is, I don't know if it's gonna do the, wait, what is this? It may cause a desync issue. I don't know if that's gonna happen. Plus, I don't think people really play King of the Hills anymore. They don't. Yeah, people really don't do King of the Hills anymore. I guess I'll hop on MK9 in the meantime. Let's switch games. Let me get on Discord right now before Dave yells at me. Yeah, the region lock. Okay. I see. Yeah, that's an idea for next time. Wait, how am I gonna do this though without having the audio interfere with the, hold on. Yeah, right, Chuck Norris, I feel like we went through 3 MK games tonight. MK1 servers were messing up earlier. So what I'm gonna have to do is, obviously I'm gonna have to turn off these, sounds. Otherwise it's gonna be too hectic.
What are we waiting on, Dave? I guess.
Hey, what's up, Tom? Can you hear me? Yeah, we're waiting on Dave. I'm screaming, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah.
Dave did say he was gonna make it at 9, right?
Thank you, Anonymous.
Yeah, I believe so.
Playing some of that good ass MK9 netcode right now. Yeah, it is worth picking up. It's Honcho Elder God bundle. You get all games for what, $10? I think that's a steal. Do you have all games on PC, Tom? Because if you don't, now's the perfect time to get it.
The MK games?
For $10, you get MK1, MK11, MKX, all complete editions for only $10, all 3 of them.
I would pay it and just make sure that they take MK11 out. Just, I would pay it for every game.
Damn.
Just take it out.
I mean, MK11 doesn't really work on PC anyway. This is a decent issue in Kombat League. For some reason. Dude, please tell me Dave's not gonna do the same thing he did last week.
Alright, let's go ahead and do it. I don't have much time today. Dave's here.
Okay.
But I'm surprised that 2XKO video got so much traction. It's already at like 10K views.
Hell yeah, because so I was looking at the last episode we did. I know Dave wasn't a fan of it, but people want to hear us talk about FGC related topics. They don't want us to pretend nothing exists but MK1 only.
Oh, you meant like what, the water being spiked?
I mean, in general,
whatever it
whenever
was.
something happens in FGC and it's something to do with MK, we should probably talk about it, because Dave was like, nobody wants to hear any of that unless we talk about just gameplay or MK1 tier list or whatever the hell.
Wow, well, let's get into it, man. I only have but so much time.
Yeah, okay. Dave, are you there?
Yeah. What episode is this?
It's 62, right? Yeah, it's 62.
Let's go.
Okay, I'm done.
Sadly, Super, I'm not going to do MK9 because I haven't set it up. So we'll just try to play later or next time. Anyway, I'm ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of the podcast. This is episode 62, if I'm not mistaken. I'm your co-host, M2 Dave. And as always, I'm here with my other 2 co-hosts, MK Tom Brady and MK Rio. What's up, my friends?
What's up, everyone?
What's up, guys? And yes, this is episode 62. So we have an interesting topic to talk about today, and I know, Dave, you were talking about this yesterday, and we were discussing in text about the whole situation with 2XKO and how this kind of relates to what's going on in the current FGC. Like, do you guys feel that fighting games right now just don't have the same steam that they did years ago? Like, are things sort of heading in a different, I don't want to call it like dark ages for the FGC, but in fighting games in general, like, is it me, or do they seem like they're getting perceived in a negative manner? And it's kind of showing. With 2XK was supposed to be this massive big game with a lot of people working on it, huge production, like what they've been working on for like almost 10 years straight. And it seems like now they announced that they're going to be reducing the support by a ton to move on to possibly something else. What do you guys think about it?
Time, go ahead.
Okay, so give me just 5 minutes on this, Dave, because there's a few things. It's not about do FGCs work or do fighting games work or not work. So a couple of things. For one, just so you understand what happened, 2XKO just had it's only been out for about a month officially, and it just had its coming out party tournament 8 days before they made this announcement. So February 1st was the final day of their Frosty Faustings, and on February 9th, this announcement came out. So 8 days after they just did that $50,000 payout, to which first place gets 20 grand, and even 17th got $150. And it's not much, but for the FGC, for someone that low to even get $1 is impossible. It's unheard of. It doesn't happen. So when they made the announcement, which, let me just ballpark it, they cut their development team from 180 to 60. So they cut it by half, or whatever it was. I don't even think that's half. From 120 to 60. My mistake. I'm stupid. Math. It's late, guys. At least for me, I'm old. So they cut it by 50%, which is pretty drastic. And the long story is they just didn't get enough support, basically monetary. I don't know where they thought the game was going to be. It is a free-to-play game. And keep in mind, when you have a game that, as many people have been saying, what did they expect? They released it, quote-unquote, bare bones. I don't know how bare bones it actually is. I never played it with only 11 characters. What did they expect was going to happen? Well, that's all the more reason why you would think they would still keep that development team, because of all the content that people are expecting would be added if the game truly is 11 characters, quote-unquote, bare bones, whatever. One thing to really notice also is that, again, it is a free-to-play game. We've seen this model before with multiverses. That tanked extremely quickly. And now, literally 1 month after the game's official launch and 8 days after their official coming out party, they have just pretty much, cut their dev team in half, basically saying it's not bringing in enough money to really justify keeping on a team of that size. What this really shows is that, for one, people don't really realize just how small the FGC is. And I'm not trying to say 2XKO has failed or it's over, but just in the free-to-play model, as Dave said on a competition the other day, you have to look at the demographic you're advertising to. So you're looking at fighting game players. So let me tell you the difference between fighting games and maybe another genre. Let's take ARPGs. If you're targeting an ARPG, you're pretty much targeting all ARPG players. I'm going to bring some big content creators. Alkaiser, Rexanterex, Kriparian. All these guys, they'll play Diablo, PoE, Last Epoch. They've had their days on WoW, which is just an MMO ARPG. But when you target one, you're pretty much targeting everyone in that genre. And that genre, or most genres, are considerably bigger than the FGC. The FGC is a small niche community divided into other small niche communities. So when you release a game to the FGC, you're not releasing it for the greater FGC. You're releasing it for a very small part of the FGC. Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter represent the vast majority of the FGC, as far as, because they have like a global name. And you have 6 million, basically they both sold around 6.2, 6.5 million. So around 13 million over multiple years between those two titles. And that's the largest share of the whole FGC. That's not a lot of people. So you got to realize just how small the FGC is. So when you're releasing a game to the FGC, you're releasing to a very, very, very small number of people in the overall gaming sense. And if that number, only a very small number of people are actually going to pick up that game, because 2XKO, is like every fighting game, is going to be niche. It's not going to have the following of Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter. Those two are juggernauts as far as sales. And so when you look at it, it's going to be more of like a Guilty Gear type of following. Now, I understand it's free to download, but just because it's free to download doesn't mean that so many people are actually going to be putting money into it. So overall, it's a very niche part of the FGC that's going to take it seriously. Let's just even highball it and say of the entire FGC, 2XKO will appeal to 60% of people in the whole FGC. And 60%, while it's not a lot of people, it's a large percentage of the FGC. Of that 60%, let's just say there's probably 15% that download it for free and say, well, it's just not for me. I'm not going to spend my money on it. I tried it. It was okay. So, but Tom, they grabbed 45% of the FGC. That's still a large number. Of that 45%, let's say that half of that number is actually going to be willing to spend money on it. So now you got like 20-something% of the FGC that's willing to spend money. So you got a small portion of a small portion of a small portion of people to get into the game seriously and are willing to spend money. And that's your business model on how to be profitable. Meanwhile, you're paying out $50,000 on your 1 month in, and you plan on paying out considerably more. And what's crazy is for years, and Dave, I know you've heard this, about 10 years, maybe a little less than 10 years, all I heard was Riot has cracked the code. There's going to be a League of Legends fighting game, and it's going to change everything in the FGC. There's going to be money. There's going to be this. It's going to be just like League of Legends. FGC everything's going to change. And we see that's not the case. The FGC, the reason why there's no money to get out of the FGC, because there's no money that the FGC puts into itself. It's one of the smallest, if not the smallest scene, and it's also probably the most impoverished scene. And I don't mean that as a dig. The fighting games have a considerably younger crowd than most other games, which by default means they're going to have less access to funds. And so in general, it was just snakebit from the start. And that model just can't possibly work in fighting games. It's not that fighting games, even if 2XKO came out and they said, okay, we're going to charge you $60 for the game, and then you're going to have, microtransactions, etc. It would sell, at most, maybe 3-4 million over the first couple of years. I mean, and again, I want you to really understand, other games sell like 25 million within the first day to first week, like some bigger games. If you took Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter, that's 13 million over the last 2 to 3 years. That's a very small number of people. And that's the two largest FGC share. So even if you took the two biggest games in the FGC, that's still only 13 million. And how many people let's say all those people downloaded it for free, how many of those are actually going to pay? The FGC is just a small number. And it takes fighting games, multiple games over multiple years to do what most games do in a single day of sales. So just the numbers aren't there to support the model. I'm shocked that Riot actually thought this was going to be successful.
Rio, where do you stand on this issue?
Actually, pretty well said by Tom. The FGC has been pretty small, and I don't think it's really going to grow to be as massive as people would like for it to grow. And I still think like the biggest fighting game in the FGC in terms of sales and being popular is Smash. But even that game, the own FGC doesn't even like it. So FGC is, like Tom said, it's got all these subgroups. You have people that only want to play Street Fighter, people that only prefer to play Tekken, people like me that only want to play MK, and we don't venture out. And like when a new game like this is coming out and you try it, usually you ask yourself, well, what is this game going to offer me? Like, what does 2XKO play? Like, what's the meta like? Is it just doing 50-50s and big combos and mix-ups? Because if that's the case, I already get that out of the Mortal Kombat games I'm playing. You know, like I don't need to go play another fighting game to deal with the same meta stuff because I don't have any attachment to any of the League characters because I never played League. So for me, I would rather just stick to playing MK because I already have similar, you know, gameplay meta experiences like that. And I think a lot of other people would feel in the same way that, you know, they're like, there's no reason really to branch out to that. But aside from that, I mean, the game launching, I heard it only launched for like 10 characters, and then some of them are locked by you have to grind for them. That's also a turnoff. You can't have fighting games these days coming out with only 10 characters. People are going to be bored out of their mind after like a month of playing the same character. So that already was a bad recipe. And the whole free-to-play thing is weird. It seems like they're kind of doing what worked for League of Legends, which is a whole different video game genre with MOBA, and trying to include it into a fighting game, but we don't really play fighting games to grind hours and hours to unlock a character. That's not really what we like to do in fighting games. We like to play ranked, grind that, and learn matchups. So already off the bat, locking characters
You also
off.
don't pay $30 for a skin pack, which is some of the reports that like some of the skin packs.
Is it really that
$30 or
expensive?
stuff.
$30 for a skin pack?
Yeah, that's what people are saying. Yeah.
Yeah, see, it's stuff like that, and then they're monetizing it. I mean, I understand why they're trying to monetize it, right? It's a free game, but when the content isn't really there because the game is free, and then they have to make it up by doing stuff like that, that's already a bad sign. I think this game is just destined to fail the way it is. You don't come to the FGC, that's already, like Tom said, it's very minimal. We already are fractured between different games that we want to play, because fighting games aren't like first-person shooter games. If you're good at a first-person shooter game, more often than not, when you go to play another first-person shooter, you have good aim, because most first-person shooter games have that intact, where you're aiming, you know how to aim, you know how to point, you know how to click, so you'll be able to transfer easier. In fighting games, it's different. In some of these fighting games, you'll be able to anti-air, and other ones, they don't function properly, or in these fighting games, the way that the neutral and the moves work, like everything is just completely different from one another. So that, in a way, with how the nature of fighting games are created so differently from each other, that almost makes it so it's harder for fighting games to grow off of each other because they play so differently. Usually people specialize in certain fighting games. But yeah, it's really sad to see that the game has been in open beta for what now, a couple months, and they're already pulling the plug and just heavily reducing what they're going to be putting in the game in terms of as effort going forward.
Yeah, and real quick, Dave, what Rio said is so. That's why I brought up ARPGs, and Rio brings up shooters. They're, you know, someone's going to say they're not all identical, and they're not, but they share a similarity, like aiming. If you have that skill set, it transfers to fighting games. Skill sets don't transfer from one character to the next sometimes, let alone one game to the next. They're just way too different. You know, nothing is shared from fighting combo systems, all like anything, even basics a lot of times. Especially a game like 2XKO, which is kind of more down the tag anime route. And again, to use that microtransaction, I know they have to make money, but again, they're using the microtransaction model. And the FGC also is not a big microtransaction community. If you give the FGC a game for free, they're going to play it for free, and they're not going to buy nothing in the game. So I'm still really surprised at their decision.
Absolutely. I literally have Tom and you and I were discussing this yesterday on the phone privately. I literally wrote down 3 talking points on my notepad. 1, the FGC is small. 2, it is not growing, or at least it's not growing as fast as it should. And 3, the FGC has no money. None of these talking points, have anything to do, like you said. I'm not trying to attack anybody, anybody's financial status. It's not a personal attack on anybody, but that's essentially, I think, what's going on. I feel like the game was marketed to a very tiny community, right, which is the FGC. And in the television business, Tom alluded, to this earlier. They have this key demo, whatever they call it, right? It's essentially like a target audience. The numbers can kind of vary, but essentially, I don't know, like 24 to, it goes up to like maybe 50-year-olds, 50-year-old people. And if you really think about it, I don't know, a 25-year-old, the insinuation is that he or she probably, graduated college, maybe, or, they kind of found their way after high school. At least, I know this is more like of an American perspective, but the point is, those people probably have some money, right? Like, and they have some money to spend. They call like what do they call? I think disposable income, right? Which essentially means you have some money to spend, right? That you can spend on video games, on your hobbies, whatever the case might be, right? But really, the FGC, you know, like especially the Mortal Kombat community, again, like Tom was saying, like if when we have 18-year-olds who are, you know, traveling and playing the game for money, well, they have no money. It's their parents. Like Online Kill, you know, like just an example, very talented player, right? But his dad is driving him around, right? Like so, essentially, kids like that, they have no money, so they really have nothing to spend it on, right? Because they're not working. Maybe they may be fresh out of high school, right? Et cetera, et cetera. So, and a lot of people will look at my speech right now and say, "Oh, you know, you're a hypocrite." And back in the day, you believed different. Yeah, I was wrong because I was that age. Like, I think a lot of the topics that we discuss on the podcast, they're fun to discuss, and I am the gameplay guy, but they're relevant. Like, I was just like talking about this issue with Cherney on Discord. He's telling me, well, you know, it might be because of PC, you know, like, I don't know, maybe there's input delay. Like, Cherney, what the hell are you talking about? Like, most people don't even know that. Like, who cares? What you have to do, you have to always, you know, advertise or promote the game to a larger audience. And that's what MK has done. And that's always the right thing to do. And this is not a, like, necessarily a criticism of Rio, but like fighting games having no execution. Yet Tom in one of the episodes said, "Well, I can't play this. Like this will be a full-time job." Like, yes, of course it would be, and it's not worth it. Why would you? Like, it takes too much to learn all the matchups, to learn, you know, like, especially when you know, if you haven't played for a while. So I think you should always, from now, never listen to the FGC ever. They're never going to be happy anyway, even if
experience
you
also, Dave.
Real quick, Rusty Spark says, "What's up, Tom?"
Hey, what's up, Rusty? So I play ARPGs. So right now, if I were to load up my last eProd profile, I probably have the best geared Judgment Paladin, like on planet Earth, like in season 3 anyway. Now I have no time to play fighting games, right? But guess what? I bought all the cosmetics, I bought all the supporter packs, and I can play at my own pace. The season has been very long, since August, so, and they're doing a lot of changes. However, I was able to play at my own pace, and I have an extremely strong, well-geared character, and they got my money, right? And I don't play fighting games anymore. Why? Because they're just too time-consuming. So the model works for other games because you can do that. And guess what? At the highest possible, I guess, quote-unquote level, this is pretty well geared. Most casuals are not going to have a character this well put together. And I was able to do it at my own pace over time, so on and so forth. Fighting games just... This is why they appeal to more of a younger audience. And something else also. The FGC is a lot like... So, how do I say this without being offensive to another demographic in sports? But basically, they don't even really support their own. Let me give you an example. The FGC is full of stories of opportunity that doesn't go anywhere. There's tons of stories of whether it's the free-to-play model. You can go back to Multiverses that tried this. Multiverses actually got covered by massive content creators who don't even play fighting games because they're doing something that fighting games don't normally do. And we saw how that went. And this is going the same route. And those were actually more popular characters like Superman, Batman, etc. You know, I know League is very popular. I'm not trying to, kind of dismiss that. So whether it's that example or whether how many pro leagues have tried to get money out of the FGC, they all crumble. Or how many sponsors with people with millions of dollars of backing leave because they can't get any money out of the FGC. Back in the old days before streaming services where they would try to televise a few fighting game events. And back then when they were televised, it goes off of these stations make money off ad revenue. So however well the show rates is how much they can charge for ad time. Spoiler, fighting games rated in the bottom, not because nobody cares, but just because there's just not enough. There's not enough people to have ratings be high. There's not enough people for a sponsor or a pro league to be profitable or draw money out of the FGC. There's just not enough people because it's a sub community of a sub community of a sub community, and that's for that game. And they don't cross over. They don't watch this game when they play that game. They don't put money in this game when they play it. They don't cross over. Even for streaming, same thing. They don't cross over. And what you have to understand is the effect this is going to have on the FGC is if you are someone that sees a riot and this happens, you're going to say, well, I was thinking about putting money in the FGC. Why would I do that? Also, if you're a young player, if you are a truly talented, like just godlike fighting game player, why would you want to come to the FGC where if you have the talent, you could win anywhere where you would actually be able to have a good living and get a streaming audience? Why come to the FGC? You come to the FGC, for one, you're going to have the smallest turnouts with the smallest payouts with the lowest amount of exposure. If you then go to Twitch and YouTube, you're going to have the smallest demographic of just bodies of people watching you. It's just going to be small. There's a channel that has always been really small called Action RPG. You might know him, Aaron. I've watched him since the very beginning when he only had like 5,000 and 10,000. He used to say, subscribe to support smaller channels. And even view-wise, he does okay, but the viewerships are not like, 100,000 views per video. He's got over 100,000 views when Last Epoch came out, because not that he was like a massive channel, but because just how many bodies buy games like this. It's not hard to blow up a YouTube channel. In the FGC, it's very difficult because there's just not enough people watching. So if you're a young, talented player, why would you say I'm going to come to the smallest scene with the smallest eyeballs on me, with the lowest amount of exposure, the lowest amount of money, with the lowest turnouts, and as a streamer and YouTuber, it's going to be the lowest amount of eyeballs on me? You would go to something that will actually be worth your time. And if anyone tried to advise a player of that talent, follow your dreams, come to the FGC, what fucking dream are you gonna follow? The FGC is a massive stay out. Don't come here for anyone that has that ability. And that's another thing that's concerning for fighting games. They're small enough as it is, and they're a massive deterrent from anyone that has true talent to really be able to make it big in other games. Why come here? There's no reason for it.
See, Tom, that's, I think, when you kind of step overboard. Why come here? Because why are all of us here? We think fighting games are
Unless
fun.
you love it.
And,
but I mean, if you're doing it to make a living,
yeah,
if you love it,
I
do it
understand.
because you love it.
Well, if you're playing fighting games,
if
you're playing any games to make a living, I think you need to reevaluate your life, first of all.
I think that's already a massive. But I'm just saying, if your goal was, I want to be a professional gamer and I want to play games for a living, you would not choose a fighting game.
I understand that, but I think fair enough. But like, I think all of us, the way we became friends is not because we were gonna play MK9, make all this money, or Tom even obviously you had been there before us. Like, we just played it, and honestly, I like the fact that the FGC is small. It's kind of like my way to escape reality, hang out with a couple of friends. I'm kind of the opposite of most people want. I don't want the attention most of the time. I want to like hang out with a couple of friends, maybe not be myself, kind of escape reality. That's the reason why I initially started playing, be this kind of jerk in the FGC because I like to zone. Most people hate that. It's kind of, again, my escape of reality. I think that's a good thing. But I understand it's a recent phenomenon. Like Tom was saying, try to make money off of YouTube, expand your audience, like stuff like I have never cared about that. I really, I mean, I want to have an influence, but not to the extent that, I'm going to make money. I already have a good job. I don't need, I mean, it would be nice to get more, but it's just like, to me, it's superfluous. Like, it's not really that necessary. Maria, go ahead and jump in. How do you like? What's your take?
Let me ask you guys: why do you guys feel the FGC isn't big or fighting games in general? Is it because people don't resonate with the fighting games as much? Is it because they're not seen as in a high regard, regarding skill?
People don't like
to,
fighting
first
games.
per-
They're not fun. They're not fun. They're
And
not
see,
fun for most
that's
people.
an interesting point to
Losing
bring up,
sucks.
Tom, because you know what's crazy?
People don't like losing.
Dude, no, that's an interesting point to give up, what you just said. People don't
Losing
find
sucks.
fighting
People
games
don't.
fun. When you think about it, like I have a couple friends that talk sometimes, they're not into fighting. And sometimes I ask them, like, why do you guys not like fighting games? They're like, they're just bad, they're spammy, they're just like, they just don't like that. And it's weird how fighting games have this perception of being like an easy mash, do stuff, being annoying type of game. Whereas other games, like whether it's a MOBA or a first-person shooter, or whatever the current popular genre is, they're not seen as that. They're considered games that have a lot of skill. They're very consistent. Like, it's worth playing because it's... But fighting games aren't seen in that way. Fighting games are just seen as this, like, scrubby, mashy games. And it's kind of crazy. Even in the games out today, you can kind of do that and get away with it sometimes. Like, when's the last time you guys played against someone in a Kombat League match or whatever, and they woke up mashing a button on knockdown, or they beat you, or the armor? So even the casuals who don't even play fighting games seriously don't like that aspect. But us who do play these games seriously, that's still a form of that in the game. So it's almost like fighting games just have this negative perception around it that turns a lot of people off. Like, they just don't take the game seriously. They don't like them. They think they're mashy, and because of that, they can't really grow when most people just treat them as a joke.
Well, let me give you a couple of examples. For one, Dave brings up a great example when he talks about casual players who say, "Oh, this, that, MK9." Dave's like, "Huh, yeah, so fun. Why don't you come play my Freddy? I'll come out of retirement and take it seriously and tell me how much fun you have." And he's not wrong. While I may sit there and go through the fire of losing until I got it right, or how many times I've played Rio and I've struggled against Cabal while I was learning, right? Most people are not going to do that. Most people, losing sucks for most people. It takes something special to lose 50-0 to somebody and say, this motivates me to beat them into the ground. And I'm going to find something that works. I'm going to find something cheaper, and I'm going to abuse it on them. And we're going to see who wins. That is, what do they call it? 1%, right? There's a reason for that. That is what fighting games require. That's not fun for most people. Or let's look at Injustice, right? Take a character like Doomsday. You go to your friend's house, right? Everyone who's played a fighting game on a casual level has that friend where they go to their house and he quote unquote spams one move over and over again. He's like, I'm so good. And it's not fun. You're like, I quit. Take Doomsday and Injustice, right? Somebody ramming shoulders down their friend's throat. Right, but say just Injustice, someone's or Justice 2, day one, you go to a friend's house and he's playing day one Deadshot, boom, 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 right? You're not like, oh, I'm gonna grind, I'm gonna show him. You're like, fuck this game, I quit. That's how people see fighting games. It's not fun. It's also not as interactive. Hey, guess what? I'm just a casual player. I play for fun. I don't really want to take it serious. I see my favorite streamer. Hey, let's play. You lose 30-0. How many times can that happen and it still be fun for you? You can play like a shooter, be on the guy's team. You can play like an ARPG, be on his team, or go do carries, or just do regular farming. You can play with those people and have fun because you're not getting your face kicked in. Fighting games are competitive. Most people in the world just are okay being average and having an average time and being fun. They don't want to be competitive. That's the truth. And that's what fighting games are. And that's not fun for most people. It's not. That's just the truth.
What
and
about
there's
the
barely any
argument
modes
that
in fighting games too?
former? Yeah, let me just say this real quick. This is not even my argument. I just want to present it. Yeah, Crimson Shadow made a post saying that essentially the FGC is kind of quote unquote waiting for a savior game, and every time they think there's going to be a savior game, there's disappointment, there's disillusionment, for that game. Like, people. It is true. He's right. When people were saying, "Oh, when Tekken 8 comes out, you guys see everybody's gonna play Tekken 8," and then Tekken 8 came out. There was a massive honeymoon phase, and then we all know, season 2 came out, and we all know what happened after that. And obviously, it's 2XKO now. Before that, it was Fatal Fury, right? Like, it just goes on and on and on. Rio, does Crimson have a point that the FGC will kind of always be miserable at some point or another?
I mean, I guess it's because all fighting games are so different. It's not really to say that other games are frustrating. Like, I think, in my opinion, I know it's only from my perspective, and other people in that may not feel this way, but
save your game. It'll save the FGC as in what way?
In the sense that everybody will kind of flock to that particular game. There will be massive.
It's always going to be niche because fighting games are too different. No one single fighting game can be the savior. There's no way.
Yeah, go ahead, Rio.
What I was saying was, I actually lost track of what I was going to say. What was the question again? Something about saving what?
I mean, again,
he asked you about the savior.
Well, it's essentially like Crimson Shadow. Yeah, Crimson Shadow is saying he made a post, and I do think he has a point. Again, essentially, people in the FGC, not necessarily FGC, but individuals saying that or making the claim that, I think 2XK is probably the best example, right? But even Tekken 8 at some point, Fatal Fury, was supposed to be, everybody's gonna, flock to the game. Everybody's gonna unite and play the game, and we all kind of saw what happened. Like, does Crimson have a point? Like, essentially, is the FGC always gonna?
But the problem is this: most of these new fighting games coming out, they're not doing anything new that we haven't seen before. Most of the games out these days are, hey guys, check out this new fighting game that came out. Buy for $80. Grind it. Okay, what's the gameplay like? 50-50s, mix-ups, big combos. Okay, I've already seen this before in Deception, a fighting game that came out literally 25 years ago. So you want me to grind this now again? Here's the thing. Here's what I don't understand about fighting games. They try to be different from each other and unique and stuff, but then they don't actually try to introduce brand new, unique mechanics. Like, most of these fighting games, even though they're different in how you would play them, this game you have air dashing, this game's 3v3, this game's 1v1. Most of them, at the end of the day, rely on, okay, what's the mix-up? What's the 50-50? Is it going to armor or not? Is it going to do this? And they don't try to be as different as they could. The only other games that come to mind are things like Multiverse, that had a whole other host of issues with the game launch with barely any content and no characters. And then you have Smash. But then when fighting games are too different, like Smash, people say, well, that's not a fighting game because it's not, where's my 50-50 and mix? Into health bar, into, I guess, right twice and you lost. So I don't even know what the fighting game is supposed to be that would unite everybody. Because since the start of fighting games, everything has just been so different. And then now it's gotten to the point where there's this little hollow design area where every fighting game coming out must follow this criteria. It needs to be a mix-up game, it needs to be offensive, it needs to either be a tag fighter or whatever, and that's how games play now. And I feel like going forward, these are how fighting games are going to play. They're just going to follow this model, because I guess this is molding to be what fighting games are supposed to play like. Kind of like, how in shooting games, it's usually about clicking and shooting people. Well, I guess fighting games now are being molded to be these offensive 50-50 combo games, and that's why a lot of fighting games are branching to be that. But the sad thing is, I feel like a lot of people don't really love that kind of style of a fighting game design, which is why the fighting game is doomed to stay small. Unless, I don't know, something massive could come out in the next fighting game. And by making it massive, they would have to put so much effort into the game, not only the gameplay, but everything outside the gameplay, like multiple different story modes, 20 different game modes, being able to play open world with your friend, like an MK Deception. They would have to add so much other stuff to get the game to be big that the fighting game part would probably be the least part that people would even care to play at that point.
So what Rio just said is kind of interesting, and I want people to really...
Can I just make this one quick point, and I promise I'll let you respond. I also think it's, and again, I think you will have a more elaborate perspective than I will, but I think it's also important to understand that trends change in life, not just with fighting games, with anything, right? I'm just to pull something out of my butt. At one point, rock music was the music to listen to, At one point, all those reality shows like Big Brother, that's what everybody watched, right? And I can give you a million examples. And at one point, back in the 90s, fighting games were the games to play, right? Trends change, culture changes, people's opinions change, right? Like, and fighting games, I think they had their time, and now it's time for something else. So people have different preferences. I do think that's important to state as well. But Tom, go ahead.
Well, Rio made a great point there with talking about fighting games, and pretty much no matter how much you dress them up as a new fighting game, they pretty much are all doing the same thing they've always done, right? Hey, this game is the 50-50 mix-ups with overhead low strike throw, and here's another fighting game, the next version of that game. 50-50 mix-ups over, and it's like, or zone. It's not. I'm not trying to say offense or whatever, but ultimately, that's what fighting games have gone down that route, right? And they were all pretty much doing. God, we just said not that they're similar, but people are just saying the same thing over and over again, doing the same thing over and over again. To a casual player, it's just the same spam, the same cheese. Get hit once, get knocked down, never get up. And for a casual player, whether they play one fighting game or 30 fighting games, to them, their experience never changes. So it's like it's a fighting game. It's the same thing. It's this, that. It's not fun. That's how fighting games are seen.
Yeah, and because we're in this state right now where fighting games are kind of being revolving around ricocheting the same ideas back and forth in different ways, like Tom said, dressing them up. That the only way I can see some of my friends that do not care about fighting games because they think it's like a joke and not a good game, like worth investing time into, is if the next Mortal Kombat game has a huge conquest mode, like MK Deception, but like 100 times bigger. You can play with your friends. They have a Shaolin Monk side mode that you can do with your friends. They have Tag 2v2, MK9 style, or even 3v3, so you can play with 3 different people, 6 people in total, friends. They have rank, they have cameo mode, they have variation mode. They need to have like 20 different modes. They can even throw an invasion, they can throw in towers. It needs to be a huge fighting game with all these different elements so that if you're someone that doesn't care about the gameplay or think it's like dumb, at least you have like 20 different things to play around and invest time into. And also bring back the crypt like MK11, but make that even bigger. So it would have to be a massive big project. And it sucks that the only way to make a fighting game big these days is to do that, unless you can be the exception. I guess make a game that a lot of people like playing, like Street Fighter 6, where the gameplay is I guess, considered to be fun. And I guess Street Fighter 6, I don't know much about it because I don't play it, but it's not really like an overhead and low walk-up 50-50 game, even though it does have a lot of offensive stuff, but it's probably the most different in terms of still being an offensive game compared to all these other games. Because, like, you got Tekken 8, MK1, Guilty Gear anime games, they're all doing, like, ridiculous overhead 50-50 lows into combo loops into repeat, so I guess that's one thing that Street Fighter 6 has going for it, which is why a lot of people are gravitating towards it and why it's so big over in Japan.
I don't know, man. I think that, I don't think the mix-ups are that complicated in Street Fighter 6. A lot of it has to do with just, like, for example, the throw loops in the corner. They're very strong. It essentially comes down to throw, shimmy, maybe you do a drive rush into overhead. I think the mix-ups are pretty elementary, but I do believe that you're onto something. I do think Street Fighter, because it's a global phenomenon, because it's had a community for such a long time, and essentially most of the popular games that people play in the FGC almost exclusively all Capcom games, right? Like Third Strike, we saw like a couple of years ago, came back and had like 1,000 players. That's incredible. Marvel, I don't think it performed to that standard, but people still play that game. Marvel's Capcom 2. Super Turbo is still being played, and obviously Street Fighter 6 now as well had when it was released 7,000 players at EVO. That's a massive number. The game is selling very well as well. I think it's up to close to, it's approaching 7 million, which for fighting game standards is excellent. So that game, I think, has a global following. To the extent that it can, it's kind of growing and it can always kind of support itself. And I think there's enough, culture in that community and enough unity, particularly overseas, to the extent that sponsors will throw money at it, thinking that, there might be something there, right? There might be a payout at the very end. But I think essentially that's the only game that could work in the FGC, whereas pretty much all the other ones, like Mortal Kombat, they just advertise to the general, the general gaming market, and that's how they make their money. Not that Capcom doesn't, right? Of course they do. But we can all agree that maybe Street Fighter, has a more hardcore FGC audience than Mortal Kombat has ever had. Tom, am I right or wrong?
No, I would agree to that. But still, even that, it's small. Like if you were to do a free to play model, it's just not set up for that. Even Street Fighter, like the model they use just doesn't work in the FGC. So Street Fighter, no game I think can have that model and be successful, simply because there's just not enough people in the FGC that are willing to spend money on stuff. Because again, how many people really downloaded the game, right? I mean, how many people do we think downloaded it?
You're referring to 2XKO?
You're talking about 2XKO?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know what the numbers are.
Tom, I tried to look at the results. Like I tried to do whatever an AI search, Google search, and I didn't really get much. It's probably related to the fact that whether it's the cosmetics or everything surrounding the game that you could purchase, so they can make their money that way. I assume that probably flopped to a large extent. And now they kind of they had, to the extent obviously they had to lay off people, half the staff. I think again that's probably related to.
Well, let's say 13 million bought it. Downloaded it, right? That's the same number of people that bought Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter. That's a big number, right? Let's say 13 million downloaded it.
That's
for a free-to-play model.
Small for mobile.
Yes, that's my point. So for a free-to-play game, that's a very small number of people. Of that 13 million, and I'm highballing everything. Let's say 40% of that. So half would be somewhere around 6.5 million. So let's say of that 13 million, let's say 4.5 to 5 million people were actually going to spend some money. For a free-to-play game, that's just not enough. It sounds like a lot, but it's not enough to justify a 120-man development team. It just can't. And I promise you, the numbers are not that high, not to that extent. I promise you, 2XKO does not have 5 million people spending money on it, and I highly doubt it has 13 to 15 million downloads. So the numbers are just extremely small.
I don't even want to be mean when I say this,
and
but
that's
I feel
not
like
the game's fault. That's the FGC. The FGC is just small. The FGC is just small. I'm not trying to say that those numbers are that way because 2XKO is not a good game or whatever, or they made mistakes. It's just the FGC is just too small for that model to work.
Yeah, but I also want to say that I think a lot of people just don't care. And I'm not even saying this to be mean or rude, but ever since they announced this a while ago, like years ago, there was a lot of hype around it. It was cool. But then with how long it took them to develop and work on the game, as the years went by, people just started caring less and less and less and less. And now when we finally got it, after all that wait, people are like, there's only 10 characters. We've been waiting like almost a decade for this game that's been worked on. That's it. So it's kind of made people in a way just not really care about the game. And they kind of don't even care if they would release an announcement tomorrow going like, guys, we're joking. We hired 3 times the amount of people we ever had before. We're going to be working crazy. But I think still a lot of people literally wouldn't care. They're playing what they like. They're moving on to other stuff. And this game, they already threw it in the back burner. Like to them, it's whatever because of just how the game went to be about. They should have never announced it this way. And I think they shouldn't took that long to do it because in the way that they did it, it ruined a lot of hype. But people were hyped initially when it was first announced. But over time, people just started caring less and less.
No, I think you could definitely make a point that the hype, dwindle down a bit, because they took so long. But I think it's also important to note the video that Maximilian posted. I believe it was a podcast with Brian F. If I'm not mistaken, and I don't know if Tom or Cherny linked me to it, but essentially, Max is saying that. Well, he was saying a bunch of stuff, but like fighting games are kind of like happy accidents, and I've been telling these people for a long time. There's no secret formula. If you just make this game this way, then everybody's gonna play. I mean, they just try to do that. Like this doesn't work, right? Like I think
I
a lot
actually
of
agree with that. That's actually a very good statement because the good fighting games that have been known to test the fate of time are, I guess you could say, all the more by accident. Like Melee is one of them.
Correct. Yeah, correct. And I think a lot of that has almost nothing to do with the game itself, right? Like Mortal Kombat 9. Do you know why it was popular? Because players like you guys. Because you played and you were entertaining and people would watch you.
At the same time, it was both because the game was also interesting and unique. Like before MK9, the 3D MKs did not play like that. All the 2D MK games did not play. It had like its own style and flair to it. So it was both.
No, and I think
like imagine they released MK9, but it was a copy meta of MK Deception. It would not have went well. Like we would have been like, what is this?
No, I agree with you, but I think there was a thirst for Mortal Kombat, in that era in particular, because, like you said, like all the other games were, but all the other games were so freaking bad that, like this was maybe, it was the closest thing to being, that game was closest thing to being competitively worthy in contrast to the other games.
What you just said right there, all other games were just so bad or whatever. What if right now the FGC, we don't know it yet because we haven't played a new fighting game that will do it? But what if a lot of the current fighting games out right now, they're just not creative enough. They're not amazing enough. And we need whatever developer to do something crazy on the next game and make it feel like we're playing a brand new game that feels good. I guess this kind of goes into earlier with the whole savior game thing. But it's not going to work only at gameplay. It would have to be, like I said, they would have to not only make sure the gameplay is unique, fun, and everything, but then they're going to have to do 1,000 other things outside of the gameplay to make it feel like a fighting game that's worth picking up and putting any time into for everybody.
Look, I'm not disagreeing with the single player content, with the overall quality of the game. Who is against that, right? Everybody supports that. My only argument is that, guys, we've been friends for like almost 20 years, if not more. I have sometimes very different opinions of how fighting games should play than Rio or even Tom, right? I think Tom and I are probably closer, but Rio and I have very difficult, different opinions how fighting games should play. That's why we bicker all the time. You cannot appease everybody, right? A lot of what you guys are watching, back in the day that made you watch has nothing to do with the game necessarily itself. It has to do with, 60-bit popping off, Perfect Legend kind of being, acting a jerk, and people, some people, a lot of people like that. To lesser extent, me with Freddy, maybe you wanted to see me lose because I'm this, asshole zoning player like CD Junior, Max. I mean, you name it, Dizzy. We were personalities. You watched your quote unquote stars.
I get what you're saying, but you're making it seem like more that MK9 was seen as fun because the community and the game actually wasn't fun. But if that were true, then me playing it like I do sometimes these days, the game still feels fun. So the game definitely was better than what we had before. Like the game has to also carry itself. You can't just have the community.
No, I agree.
I think in order for a community to exist around a game and be strong, the game has to be really good and strong to begin with. If the game isn't amazing, then the community around it's not gonna, be around it to become amazing.
I don't think Mortal Kombat 9 was that good of a game at all. At least, especially not by modern standards. I think the other games at that time were better. I do think like Street Fighter 4 was better, whatever. And I'm forgetting the other games. I don't think the game was anything special. I know I'm only, I'm judging the game by modern standards, which is not fair. But in my opinion, there's really not that special of a game. I think it's a game rooted in.
It was very unique. It had tag mode. It had story mode. It had, like, I understand you saying the online was bad, the glitches, all that. I understand that, but I'm talking about just the gameplay.
Well, I'm strictly judging the gameplay itself, not necessarily the single player content stuff, right? Because at the end of the day, like, all of us played it competitively. Why did people watch? I think they watched more so for the personalities. Not like Thomas used to say, like, not that Tom was not throwing shades at him, but it was like, who are you watching? Online Kaylee's an 18-year-old kid. Like, like back in the day, you had like dude. That's people want to be entertained, and I'm kind of in that business of them. Like, you would be shocked how easily people fall for it. Like, you can get their attention if you're just entertaining, and it has nothing to do with gameplay. Honestly, in my opinion, like, people watch these content creators because they're funny, because they have an interesting personality. Like, most of the time, the gameplay is boring. They've seen it a million times. There's just an oversaturation,
Guys,
like Max is saying.
sorry, I didn't have much time tonight. I got to thanks for having me on though.
Yeah,
It's a
No
good
problem,
discussion. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, it's a shame we couldn't start earlier, but I appreciate it, Tom. Regarding the whole gameplay, I don't think it was the community that made people like MK9. I think it was the game being fun. Because you could have a game, let's say it's Deception, right? If you had the same personalities playing Deception, I guarantee you everybody would not be raving about, oh, I can't wait to go to MK9 plays tournament, can't wait to run counter, because I think people just be like, this is, not, the gameplay is awful.
No, again, I don't think you're necessarily wrong. I'm just saying that, just again, you and me, how many times have we talked? Like, we're obviously friends, but if you ask me what an ideal fighting game is, you and I have some answers. I'm sure we would agree, and there are others we would highly disagree, right? Because again, it comes down to preferences and what you like and what you dislike. I really think it's that simple, and that's why there's this divide. That's why the FGC cannot grow, because there are people who believe that there should be no fireballs in a fighting game. Everything should be like close up, like almost like a real fight. I think that's silly. I would never play a game like that, but many people would. That's all. That's just the reality of things.
Yeah, well, remember, when people think of fireballs, they think of the NRS fireballs, which are, do I need to remind you of Cabal or Deadshot or even Deathstroke, like your typical NRS zoner, which people are not a fan of. And you can't really blame them for feeling that way when the game has created these annoying characters that have just turned people off from wanting to deal with that again. But to say that, yeah, we shouldn't have fireballs is a bit extreme. I think whenever people are being extreme about something regarding a character archetype, or, there shouldn't be command grabs, if people are saying MK11, that shouldn't be taken seriously. But the game has to be designed in a way to make it so people can interact and be fun. Like, for example, do we need a command grab that every time we get grabbed by it, it's a 10-second long animation? No, that's bad. Just as, do we need a projectile that you can do and it does 9% on hit, barely any whiff recovery, and you can't really do much about it? No, that's also bad design. It really depends how they... It's not really about removing the zoning or removing the mix-up or whatever. It's about making so it's more acceptable and enjoyable to use and play against.
I don't think anything that you're saying is wrong. However, there are fighting games, even outdating Mortal Kombat 9, that have those designs, and people still play them. Like Super Turbo has Guile. Dawson,
yeah, but that's because the reason why people don't play MK9 isn't because of the gameplay. It's because the game is unplayable. You can play Super Turbo and roll back netcode for like decades now. You can't do MK9. MK9's never been playable. That's the reason why the game died so quickly.
I'm just telling you that quote unquote pew pew zoning has existed way before anything in NRS, and people still play those games. That's why I keep saying there's no like secret formula. If we just do this, then the FGC is going to grow. Everybody's going to watch. Everybody's going to play. No, like, you cannot make a fighting game that pleases everybody, because people have different preferences. And I've been saying this forever, and that is just true. Because even with my closest friends, if somebody interviewed us and asked us, "Hey, what would you like to see?" Maybe like 6, 7, maybe even 8 sometimes out of 10 things we would agree on, and there are like 2, 3 things would like be, no, I don't want this, or I don't think this should be in the game. And I think Rio and I are a perfect example of that, right? There's a lot of things we agree on that we would like to see in the next NRS game, and there are a lot of things we disagree on. And that's just reality. That means you just cannot, that just means that the developer cannot please everybody. That's just how it works.
Right, but who's saying that there's a game that needs to please everybody? I don't think that's, unless maybe I missed something.
Well, not necessarily everybody, but to grow it, right? Like, it's just that there's enough of a divide in the FGC to the extent that, like Tom was saying before he left, that, there's you can't, that you kind of slice the pizza in 10 different pieces and you kind of expect to grow the scene, right? You just can't. And every time you make a different fighting game, something else is new, something else is introduced, etc., etc. And people have a hard time either adjusting, or they don't want to deal with it, or they feel like left out because they're, that's essentially what Tom, right, is,
Well,
right?
remember, you have to think
Used to
about
play
it from a
very
player's
defensive.
perspective.
Well,
You have to also think of a player's perspective. If your first fighting game was MK9, and for 2 years of MK9's life, you learn that anti-airs are very good. When people jump the anti-air, you get a full combo. There's no damage scaling on jumping, etc. How would you feel if the 2 years of you investing your time to learn a game, to understand it, goes out the window when a game like MKX comes out? MKX comes out on launch, and anti-airs are so bad, everything you learned is out the window. Would that frustrate you and feel like you wasted your time? Or would you all of a sudden enjoy the game and like it?
No, absolutely. That's
They would do
exactly
the
what I'm
latter.
talking
So
about.
that's the issue. A lot of these games that Tom was saying, like, you can learn a skill set in one game, play the next game from the same franchise, and all of a sudden everything you spent years learning and practicing is out the window. It's a different game, plays differently. You basically waste your time playing the last game. So you knowing that in this new game, why would you waste your time playing the newer game when what you learned in this new game for the next couple years will probably be out the window for the game after that? Wouldn't that kind of turn you off and be like, I'm going to play other stuff. Like, I don't need to play this. I spent years of my life playing this fighting game. Then I come back to MK, play next game, and now you're telling me everything I learned doesn't matter anymore, and the game is just different because the developers didn't care enough to want to respect the player's time of them investing in the previous game for years. I'm not saying they need to make every game play the same, but there's certain skill sets that once they take certain time to learn, they should not be tossed in the trash like that. That just turns people off.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I think you make a great point. But you can make the same case about any game, including Mortal Kombat 9. Let's say you're a Kano player. They buffed Kano. I know it was in what you would refer scrubby way, but he's finally viable. And then they completely trashed the character. Did they respect my time? No, they didn't.
He was
how
only
can
like
you
that
have
for a
a
couple
game
months, though. That's
in which
different than for years playing a fighting game.
I know, but he was the character I was gonna use, not as my main, but as a side character next to Freddy, maybe in certain matchups, right? Because he had such
giving
ironically
Kano a safe
amazing
DP,
anti-airs.
Yeah, but giving him a safe DP is probably not the best way to make a character better, and they should have probably done it in a more creative way.
No, I'm not again, but I fair enough, but I still put work in the character. I think the reason he got nerfed because the online was so bad, not necessarily because that was particularly broken.
Well,
because
even
at that
offline,
time there was a lot more broken.
Only one character could punish it. Basically, sectors 1-2-1 would whiff when you try to punish it because of the pushback. So it's literally only coming out would just spin.
Well, either way, I put in the work with the character even before that move ever even existed or was buffed. So why am I getting punished?
I get what you're saying, but you're comparing a couple months in a patch of a game of one specific thing. You're comparing that to this whole fundamental thing you spent years learning in a game that's completely thrown out the window the next Mortal Kombat game you play.
Well, it's still 2 months of my life for a game that I was competing in. I don't think he should have ever been nerfed. I think I think he was fine because there were a lot at that time. There was a lot more broken stuff than freaking Apple Kano ever was. It's just that I'm sure even they would admit that they were unsure about what they were doing, and I don't want to harp too much of the history of it, and but yeah, that's kind of what it was. And you can make the same case for any game. Anytime there's a change, Tom would say, they literally removed the ice on the Mortal Kombat 11, and they made Sub-Zero 50-50. That's essentially why he was yapping, right? And he has a point. They essentially got rid of.
Right, and that's more what I was saying. If Tom spends years playing Sub-Zero a certain way and mastering it and getting good like that, to play the next MK game and see that be completely removed, it's almost like it's a big slap in the face, not only to the player, but your time. And that kind of goes to what I was saying. So the problem with MK games is they like to reinvent the wheel with characters. If Scorpion is an anti-zoner in whatever game, then next game he becomes a zoner. Wouldn't you feel what is this? You'd probably want to play a different character at that point, or just not even play the game, just play a different game.
Well, on King Jr.'s podcast, I said that not all archetypes are created equally, right? That's just a fact. A zoning character being one of the best characters in the game has causes havoc on on the meta, right? Or a command throw character, right? Why do you think that Zangief and Dhalsim are so hard to balance? It's for that reason. Ryu being top tier like he is now is a lot quote unquote more tolerable or respectable than, I don't know, Gal being top tier, or Dhalsim, or Zangief, or even Lily to an extent, right? Like those characters, why do you think they're like mostly like mid to low tiers? Because people don't want to deal with them. So no, you cannot have this, utopia of a game where all the everybody's top tier, and now this character, this character can zone as well as this character can rush down, as like no, there's no such thing. Like something has to be the best, and once you make that decision as a developer that this is the best, you will piss off some people. If the game is all rush down, no zoning, I will be pissed. If the game's full of armor, then you will be pissed. If the game has no ice zone and no defense time, will be pissed. You cannot please everybody. That's what I mean by that.
Yeah, but who's saying you have to please everybody though?
Well, aren't you trying to get people to play your game, as many different people as possible? Like not necessarily everybody by the literalist sense of the word, but like as many people as possible.
Yeah, but some people are just not going to be into fighting games no matter what. That's why they have to do stuff outside fighting games. Like, for example, my friends would play a fighting game if there was an MK Deception Conquest like Deception had, but 100 times bigger. If it had the crit from MK11, but 100 times bigger. If it had all these different modes you can choose, towers, invasions, like you can have... That's why they would play it. It's not really about making it so everybody agrees with the tier list or everybody's favorite character is the best. I think you're kind of looking at it in the wrong way or not understanding what I'm saying.
Well, I think if you're trying to get the developers to design a fighting game that's as much of an action game as an action game, or as much of an RPG game as an actual RPG game, on top of trying to manage the online gameplay, manage the balance of the game, manage a new system, like that game will probably take 20 years to create, and at that point it's just not worth it. Like it's not worth the effort. It sounds like you're talking about people who probably shouldn't be playing fighting games anyway. They should just be playing what they like. Like at some point you have to ask, like, is the investment, is the cost involved worth the reward, right? Like they're not gonna spend 10 years working on any game for them, for the most part, right? And if they did, they would expect massive profits, right? And
well, I don't think you need to have
don't
the
like
same
playing fighting games.
I don't think you need to have the same 50 people working on a game do everything. Like what they should do, this would cost more money than 10 years to make. You would have to have a really big team. You could have like 50 or 100 of them work on the crypt, 50 or 100 of them work on the gameplay, 50 or 100 of them work on the conquest, like that. That's how you would do it. So you wouldn't have the same team of 50 people doing everything together for 10 years, because then that would take, a long time. If they do it that way, they could actually get it done.
Yeah, but you're not gonna usually have such a large team, right? Because
right. Well, that's the thing. The less
about,
money
you
that
could,
gets put into
hire
fighting game, the less quality you get out of it.
Well, I mean, just like everything in life, well, not everything, but like fighting games or fighting game companies are a business. They want to invest as least as possible and get the most.
No, I understand, but what
dollars,
I'm saying
right?
would make them more money. Right, but I feel like there's a disconnect here. What I'm saying would make them more money. Why would it not make them more money?
I mean, look at what just happened to 2XKO. They thought they were going to get a massive, reward by essentially appealing to the more hardcore, aspects of the FGC or the FGC in general. Like, look what happened. Like, even the Fatal Fury was like, we're going to put all this money. The game is going to be great. Look at all these tournaments. We're going to sponsor all these tournaments. And they had to cut down. Now 2XKO had to cut down. Mortal Kombat Chaos Reigns, right? They had to cut. They essentially pulled the plug on that as well, right? Like, I don't think it's as easy as people imply. Obviously, if it were easy, then somebody would have done it already.
2XKO failed to me because they took like almost 10 years to release a fighting game with 10 characters. There's like no story mode. There's none of what I just told you.
No, but it's supposed to follow the that play to free model that that works for other genres. And
Right, but
I
when you
don't think
play
it
free to
works for
play
fighting.
games like Dota or Counter Strike, whatever, Dota has like 120 characters that have a lot of depth behind them. Playing a free to play game with only like 8 characters, and then you have to grind for the other 2 characters. It's kind of, what if you don't like the first 8 characters? You play something else? There's just not enough content in the game.
Well, for me personally, the content of the game is playing the game, and if you don't like it, then it's not for you. If you like it, keep playing, right? Like, I don't know what else to tell you. I think
Right,
that's
but
really how fighting
okay, but
games work. I don't know. I
thought
guess you're gonna follow people.
I thought the
ahead.
argument was to make fighting games grow and become bigger. To do that, you must reach outside of people that don't want to just play a hardcore fighting game. So, for example, if you want the next MK game, let's call it MK13, to be massive and be bigger than what MK1 was, then not only does the fighting game have to be really good and the gameplay to cater to us, the 1% hardcore players, but then you have to have a bunch of things that would make other people go like, you know what, let me buy this game. This is kind of cool. It's a fighting game. I don't like fighting games, but it has this stuff. Let me try it. When these people try it, 1 out of like 1,000 of them that try it may end up sticking with it. They may end up learning it and liking it, and maybe they'll take it seriously. So when you add things like a massive crypt like MK11 had, but bigger, bring back MK Deception, but make it bigger, have an even bigger story mode, have unique stuff that you can have all these different modes. They just put as much as they can. You have a better chance to attract other people that don't just want to sit there and play a fighting game in terms of, oh, what's this frame rate on block? What's this? What is it like? There's a lot of people that don't care about the very technical matchup stuff. They just want the fighting game to feel fun, and they want there to be fun modes and things to play. When a fighting game can't do that, then it loses out on a lot of people that would get into it.
I mean, Mortal Kombat traditionally, right, has been very good at that. Again, not ideal, right, by any stretch of the imagination, but has been a lot better than most of the other games. And most of the games that people still play, the ones that you would praise, and certain ones that I would praise, you play Third Strike, I play Super Turbo. Those games have nothing in them. Like, they're played strictly because of their gameplay, and they are successful for what they are. To this day, they make money for Capcom. So I think you kind of live in an idealistic world where, I don't know, a fighting game's single player content is as big as, I don't know, Resident Evil's main story. Like, that's never going to happen. That's insanity. Like, they don't have that much time to hire, I don't know, 1,000 people to work on all this stuff. At the end of the day, fighting games, you play for the fighting at some point, right? There's only so much you can play the crypt and so much you can do invasions. At the end of the day, like, you have to play the game for its gameplay. Like, you cannot escape that. And if you don't like it, then it's not for you. And I'm okay with fighting games. Obviously I want the games to do well, but like, I'm okay with the games, being what they are. I like a small community. That's me. But if you want a larger community, go play something else. Like, you kind of, at this point, you kind of know what you're getting yourself into.
I don't know. I feel like telling people to go play something else and leave is not really what the future of fighting games should be 10 to 20 years from now, because they're probably going to be even smaller than they are today if we keep doing that. But regarding the games you're talking about,
why
people
would I
playing them is...
Yeah. Why would you want people to play something if they're going to be miserable? Like, if you don't like, one-on-one, for example, fighting games, then don't play them. If you don't like a cameo system, don't play Mortal Kombat 1. Like, I'm telling people the truth, so they're not miserable.
But don't you
playing
see
the game.
people don't play fighting games? They're like the smallest competitive game to exist. They already do that, Dave. They're doing exactly what you said. A lot of people just don't play fighting games. They don't pay attention to them. And what's crazy is even the age range for fighting games is so low compared to a lot of other games. Usually when it comes to fighting games, it's basically people in their teens or 20s that stick to them and play them. After their 20s, most people play fighting games, they just move on. They stop playing it. When you play other games like shooters or MOBAs or whatever, there's a lot more players that are older in them, like in their 30s or 40s and so on, that are playing them. Fighting games, a lot of people over 20 they seem to just lose interest and move on to play other stuff.
No, I know. And I would go back and say, look, fighting games had their time. Opinions change, trends change, culture changes, and now people like to play whatever first-person shooter, MOBA, etc., right? Like, those games at one point didn't even exist. It was fighting games dominated the arcade scene, essentially even resurrecting it, right? So, I mean, if a lot of people in the FTC act like these people are just a bunch of morons who just do make random decisions, these companies are multi-million-dollar companies, if not billion, right? They make so much money. Of course, they're gonna do their own research to try to figure this stuff out. Nobody has figured it out yet, so it's very, very difficult to to grow the scene, to grow fighting games in general. It's not that easy. If it were easy, these people would have done it already.
I don't think anybody's saying it's very easy to do. You keep saying that, but I don't think who's saying it's very easy to make a fighting game good.
Because people act like, I don't know, if the games had this, what I like, if the games had better anti-airs, if people added these 20 things, like, how do you know? Like,
well, the problem is,
knows.
okay, so to start with, you shouldn't be asking for better anti-airs. That means already the game failed. If it can't do the very bare-bone basics, like have functioning anti-airs that work when you read somebody jump, then the game already needs to go back to the back burner and be recreated, or they need to make a new game. Because that already missed the mark. So right now, like you said, the only fighting games are made to cater to hardcore only. That's the only people that should play them. Well, it's not even doing that right there. When the basic functions don't work like anti-airs, that's already a huge red flag. So the game's already screwed. Because now that the games only cater to hardcore.
Which modern game has no anti-airs? Like, literally all of them do. Like,
well, I was going off your example you said.
Well, no, really, when people say. These are all flawed arguments. People say that the game has no anti-airs. What they actually mean is it doesn't have the anti-airs that I'm used to, that I want. Like, it doesn't have, I don't know, a jab anti-air like in Street Fighter 5 or a jab anti-air like in Mortal Kombat 9. When people say, including me, I'm keeping it honest, when people say that the game has no zoning, like for me, MK11, what I actually meant is it doesn't have the zoning that I want. And guess what this causes? Separation in the FGC, separation in the market. There you go. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
But MK11 is a bad example because MK11 did have the zone you wanted, and people did not like it. It got patched out very quickly.
Yeah, I know. And that's, again, it causes separation in the FGC. I was like, yeah, this game, I don't like it. And other people, yeah, thank God. Thank God that's gone. I never wanted to deal with this. I'm glad it's fit. I mean, you kind of proving my point. Not that it's, who's right or who's wrong. I don't think that really matters. I'm just telling you, there's enough division about gameplay. You will never please as many people as you think you can.
But Dave, the way you're going about this is how it's going to be. You have to accept it and move on. I mean, if that is going to be the discussion when it comes to ever talking about fighting games, then what is the point of even talking about it if it's always the same thing?
Well, I do think more people should be accepting. Right,
but
people say
every time there's a discussion about fighting this and that, the talking points cannot always be this is just how it is. People are bad. They need to accept, move on, because then there's nothing to be talked about. Because that's the whole discussion every time this topic comes up. I mean, it's just shutting down the conversation. Do you want fighting games to grow and become bigger or not?
Well, I do, but I think you also have to face reality. Like, why is MKX so popular?
But if you want fighting games to become bigger and grow, then you have to think of ideas and how they could do it, not be like it's never going to happen, no one's going to be happy. Just deal with it, move on, play something else. Because then other games will start growing and fighting games won't. You're doing like the opposite here.
Well, look at Mortal Kombat.
I don't think fighting games should stay small and tiny. I think they should become bigger.
Well, I'm not against them being bigger. The problem is that let me give you specific examples. Like Mortal Kombat X, right, is very popular with the casual audience because of its dynamic, and I'm trying to use positive words here, dynamic, offensive gameplay, right? Like they like to watch stuff happening all the time. Defense is horrible in that game for the most part, right? Literally backdash require resources amongst the backdashes suck. Yet the audience they love that, they love watching that game. Obviously, when you play that game, especially in certain pre-patch version, you were miserable. So how do you balance all these aspects in which the game is fun for a multitude of players, while it's also fun to watch? I don't think you can check all the boxes, my friend. I just don't think it works.
Okay, but the problem here, Dave, is that when the discussion to everything is you can't do it, it won't work, move on, there's no discussion to be had here. If you're telling me it cannot be done, no matter what they do, then what are we talking about here?
Okay, give me your ideal fighting game, then where I'm happy, Tom is happy, you're happy.
It's not my ideal fighting game, but I don't want to go back and forth with you when you don't want to have a conversation or you don't care to have one. It's just kind of weird and awkward.
If I didn't want to have a conversation, I wouldn't be.
You're telling me fighting can't grow, they're bad, they need to stay small. Okay, well, if that's how you feel, then I'm not. Should I stay here and try to change your opinion when you don't feel like you want to engage in a conversation?
Well, I've been engaging in a conversation. I'm just based on everything
Right, you're
that I've
telling me
heard.
it can't be done, it won't be done, people need to move on, play something else. That is not really a engaging conversation.
Well, you can't have a game that has great zoning, great offense, great 50-50 mix-ups. It's also balanced. It just has not been done. Can it be done? I don't know. You tell me. Show me. What are your examples of that? Like, show me a game that pleases gameplay-wise as many people as possible. Maybe you say Melee, but most like, I don't know, Tekken, Street Fighter, and Mortal Kombat, they never play Melee. They don't care about the game. I don't care about Melee. Like, it just doesn't interest me. I don't like the visuals. You can maybe say Third Strike. That's a game that's often cited as people's favorites. I don't care about that game. I literally don't. I
Okay,
think
well,
Fireball's
there's
a
no
weak.
example I could bring up them because you don't care about any of them. So, I mean, again, I'm
Well, I
not sure
don't-
what
yeah,
this
I told
conversation...
you. Hey, well, I don't care about that because they don't. Well, mainly, I think actually probably would appeal to my gameplay style. I just don't like the visuals. But Third Strike, no, I don't like it. I think Fireball's a weak. Why would I play a game like that? Could I play it and have fun? I'm sure I could, but like there are better options. So I'm going to play the fighting games that cater to my strengths and preferences. Like how does that shut down the conversation? Like, I'm telling you the truth. I'm not lying to you. I'm being honest.
Well, shut down the
And if
conversation
somebody
because you're
asks,
saying...
if
you're
somebody
saying-
asked me, Dave, should I play? I'm a zoning player. Should I play Super Turbo or Third Strike? I'm like, of course you play Super Turbo. Why would you waste your time in Third Strike? Like, that's just the fact.
Okay, well, I mean, is there any other topic you want to talk about?
I do want to maybe, if you would like to touch upon, which is unrelated to 2XKO, if you want to maybe address like the wake up buttons in Mortal Kombat 11 and Mortal Kombat 1 and how you would fix that in a future game.
Sure, we can talk about that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so the way I would fix wake up buttons in MK11 and MK1 is to remove delay wake up. That way, whenever your opponent has to do something to get off the ground, they would have to use meter. Which means in situations where you knock them down when they don't have meter, you would actually have 100% consistent meaties you could always go for without having to worry about it ever, which is a thing that has not been around in forever. There's a lot of times you'll knock people down in MK11 or MK1, and because of delay wake up, which they have access to 24/7, 365 at all times, whenever they want, even when they don't have any resource, don't have any meter, they used everything and you knock them down, they still have the option to mix you up and kind of trick you for what you're going for and mitigate what you could be doing to them by limiting the offense. And I know in MK1 you could do a knockdown into a string, but here's the problem. I knock you down with Omni-Man, I do forward 4-1 or back 1-2. These are true middies that cover short and long. Why wouldn't you just long delay and block it and then take your turn after? Like, it just mitigates so much. If you remove the delay wake ups and you don't have resource, now I have access to do so many things, and it feels rewarding to knock you down because now you have to guess. Am I going to go for a meaty throw? Meaty mid? Kind of a mix-up? Staggers? Like, you don't really know what I'm going for. And it rewards me because I don't have to guess what you're going to do. You have to guess more so on what I'm going to do. So for the next Mortal Kombat game, I would love for them to get rid of delay wake up.
What about the unintended consequences? You know, like the unintended blowback that it could make certain offensive situation even better than they already are. I'm not suggesting that obviously you want like hard to blockables in the next game, but just for the sake of the argument, in Mortal Kombat 1, right? You saw like what Rain players are doing. They already shut down your wake up buttons. But now, if you could only wake up at one point and put the puddle on the, and try to time it with their overhead, that's what I'm worried about. And it would just make the game more offensive than it otherwise would have been with a delayed wake up.
Well, MK1 as a game is already flawed in that regard. You can't really do that. I'm talking about more for the next Mortal Kombat game.
Yeah. I think
the problem with MK1 is the offense is very one-dimensional and easy to do. So in a way of making there be a consistent form of knockdown game, it would be so these characters could enforce their very easy mix-ups, like you said, and loop them because the offense is not as creative as it could be. But for next MK game, they could make the offense actually creative, so you don't just do harder blockable loops over and over, and that's basically the entire game's offense.
Well, I don't think it has to be. I think hard to block are an extreme example on my part. It can be anything, right?
But when the setup is you just hit your opponent with any combo, any whatever, go into a launcher and do it, that's a little too easy.
I mean, that's how most fighting games work that do not have a delayed wake up. Essentially, people will find setups in which you're always mixing the other guy up, right? And the better the character is, the more mixed, the more effective the mix-up will be. Just a quick example: Super Turbo, right? Doesn't have delayed wake up. Some of the best characters in that game are characters who can just loop you or knock down. The most extreme example, you guys have seen this, right? It's the Claw Vortex, right? Who can just like jump off, from a wall, do this dive attack and just loop it, or I don't know, the boxer having specific setups and throw looping you, or or even the command throw characters who are, by the way, not scrubby because they there's no like short input for an SBD. So I don't mind stuff like that. I just think, again, it's one of those things, like if you remove that aspect, then it's kind of leads into certain gameplay styles being a lot better, which again, I don't mind. I'm just telling you, you kind of have to pick and choose here. It's not I don't think it's a straightforward solution.
Okay, so what is your question exactly? So I got.
Well, it's not really a question. I think
Street Fighter, but what was the initial question again?
I think I think it's not a question. I think it's the point that you have to come to a realization that just removing that one option makes offense stronger. And no, it doesn't have to be hard to blockables. It can be any offensive strategy.
Right,
I think
if you remove, I'm not saying remove harder blockables. I'm saying you need to make them take more skill to do. Hitting your opponent with a 7-frame jab in MK1 and going into it is not very impressive to do. That you're going to be doing that most of the game anyway. What they should be doing for the next MK game, you need to have different setups for every different hit you get. It should not be, I hit you with any move, any jump in, any mid, any string, any punish, I go into my harder blockable. That is just, what are you doing? At that point, it's way too easy. You should have specific moves that go into harder blockables, specific conversions you do into this. I give you different setups. Everything should be way more in depth rather than I hit you once. Doesn't matter if I hit you with my jab string, my mid string, my pressure, my jump in, my throw, whatever. I get a harder blockable. That's just, at that point, that means there's a problem. Something with the offense is just too watered down. That in MK1's case, just have delay wake up because it mitigates that without having to actually solve the problem of introducing a very in-depth offensive system. So just keep delay wake up, which is easy to do, and keep the brain dead offense. So that way, they both, cause a sense of, fighting with back and forth, where you have scrubby defense and scrubby offense.
I wouldn't put it in those terms. I don't think anything.
Well, by scrubby, I mean easy to do. Like delay waking up is not hard to do. You just tap L2, and you mix it up.
I understand that. My solution would be, I re-downloaded MKX on PS5, and I was going through the frame data, and almost all of the moves seem to have more active frames, which if somebody's doing a delay wake up, then they're gonna get clipped by the if not the first hit, then the second hit, or just the way that the moves just stay out longer, essentially, right? Delay wake up was less of an issue, but obviously that comes at a cost of, now it's like whatever, like essentially doesn't mean anything. Delay wake up, who gives a fuck about it? Like, I play Tremor, I'm gonna put an up rock if you delay wake up, and I'm gonna do that anyway. So I just think it's kind of like a double-edged sword sometimes. I don't mind removing it or it costing resources like you're suggesting, but I think those decisions have to be made very carefully based on how strong the offense in the game is. Because if the offense is very, very strong and you remove delay wake up, you're gonna or if you make it cost resources, you're looking into a heavily vortex-based game. Especially nowadays, you're considering how fighting games play.
The problem is if you give all these characters a lot of active frames like they have in MKX, it makes playing footies in MKX and neutral very annoying. Like,
yeah, exactly.
I played some MKX today, and it was very hard to whiff punish certain stuff because they would do strange normals, and I would get clipped. and hit sometimes, because it's like, wow, that hit me. It almost makes it so the meta is like, okay, let me not play footsies. Let me just block something unsafe, go for my turn. Or you can play footsies with moves that don't have hurt boxes. That's the only way you can like beat some of these moves in footsies. You got to stick something out without a hurt box to clip what they're throwing out and hope you touch them. So if you have a game with better medias, all the active frames, then you're kind of neutering the neutral footsie game. I'd rather have the neutral footsie game that MK1 has, where moves have like 1 or 2 active frames, so you can playing footsies matters more. And this is why if you get rid of the delay wake up on knockdown, it meshes with that well, because now even if there's only 1 delay timing or none, and you get knocked down, you can't do it when you get knocked down, you still have the time a frame or 2 frame window to do it. You still have to practice it, because these moves aren't very active. You have to, know the timing. If you're off by 2 frames or 1 frame, some of these moves, guess what? They're going to get up and punish you. But at least you would know that you messed up. It wasn't because your opponent is just pressing L2 to mix you up and then holding up or down one or delaying armor or whatever.
I understand your point, and I'm gonna, give a point that I think benefits your argument, which is how I advocate for, I don't think a lot better zoning, but slightly better zoning. You're like, well, the game can already get a kind of turtling. It's like, yeah, I know that, and of course that would make it even better, right? But I'm obviously advocating for gameplay style that favors the way I want to play, which is why I keep saying, I know you think it's a boring answer, but that's what reality is. I'm sorry, facts, match reality. But yeah, I'm advocating stuff that would favor me, and you advocating stuff that would favor you as a player, and people advocating stuff that would favor them as a player. But that's just how it works. So by adding something, you make something else worse, or you make something else better. That's just the way it works. Like you just perfectly
are you
said.
talking about MK1 getting changed or the next MK game? Because I'm confused
Not
here.
necessarily. Well, you said it perfectly. Like any game, it doesn't matter. Like if you give more active frames for the sake of dealing with delay wake up, well, that is going to interfere with footsies. That's right. That's perfectly legitimate, right? If in a turtling game, and not necessarily in a turtling, but in a game that kind of has a turtling aspect to it. Of course, if you make fireballs better, it's going to become even more turtling, right? That's just, those things are unavoidable. In a game that's might be offensive, if you go to the delay wake up, well, it's going to become even more offensive. Like that's just reality. You cannot escape that. So every decision that you make has consequences, and sometimes those consequences are unintentional. And I think,
but it really depends how the game is designed, though. Like MPDA, you get knocked down in that game, you have to keep guessing. There's no, let me delay, let me do this. You can tech away and stuff on some knockdowns, but for the most part, you just have to guess. But it doesn't make the game feel bad or terrible, because in that game, it makes sense. You get knocked down, you earned your hit in neutral, you get offense. Imagine that game had a delay system like MK1 or MK11. It would be awful. Because then you're stuck playing footsies, you finally get a hit, and then you can't do anything off it because you have to guess. So it's like, well, let me just wait because they may delay me do this. It would be like 100 times worse to play.
Well, no, I agree. I mean, I played a game like that. It was called Mortal Kombat 11. So essentially, the offense is not good in that game to warrant, I don't know, the 10 things people were doing.
But see, that's not true though, because when MK11 launched, you're forgetting a lot of characters had absurd offense in the beginning of the game. That's why the delay system was like that.
No, fair enough. But even with a system like that, it's always going to favor the zoning character, right? Because, if you get knocked down in neutral, and somebody finally gets in on that Setrion or that pre-patch Cage on that pre-patch Geras, they're not going to have that enough of a reward. So essentially, it's a system that's a failure on release.
Well, yeah, that's why if you get rid of the delay wake up, you force Setron, who has terrible wake ups, to do wake up roll or hold the mix up. And the good thing is when you read her doing a wake up, she dies. Whereas in MK1, if you read someone delay waking up, they don't die. They just get to hunt doing something and then being like, now that you did this, I'm just going to get up, take my turn. That's why you need to. That needs to be removed meterless. If you want to delay wake up, then okay, you can make it cost a bar. I'd be fine with that. But the whole, you get knocked down, I caught you with your pants down, you have nothing, no resource, no cameo, no meter, but you still can do the best wake up in the game, that to me is a little crazy.
I don't think delay wake up is as good as you believe in Mortal Kombat 1. I think in Mortal Kombat 11, you're right. It's very, very strong. But that's because Mortal Kombat 1's damage output as well as mix-ups are significantly stronger than MK11. So the overall power levels in Mortal Kombat 1 are a lot higher. So yeah, you can delay wake up, but as you saw from tournaments, it does affect certain characters, but certain others they just don't care. You saw Rain, like why does he care? Like that thing is almost irrelevant. Even some of the characters that I'm using Havoc. I'm gonna throw grenades. You can delay wake up all you want. I don't give a fuck. Like is it gonna catch me sometimes? Yeah, probably. But like, say with Kung Lao, I'm gonna throw. I'm gonna toss. Well, not toss. I'm gonna call my missile, and I'm gonna mash on your wake up. And if you delay, good. If you try to do wake up buttons, you may eat 45. Good. To me, those things are irrelevant. However, like when I play Melina, then yes, you're 100% right. It's a much more of an issue. Just the way she works. She's because of her, just the way her frame data and her strings work, she's more susceptible to, delay wake up and wake up buttons, and even honestly wake up fatal blows. So I think of it as certain characters are affected, others are not. It just depends.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not really a Melina thing. It's more so, I know exactly why you think delay wake up isn't that good in MK1. It's because you play Sector. I was playing Sector today, and you can knock people down, do a missile, come in, do whatever you want, and they have to block the missile. So that's
Correct,
why.
yeah.
But if you play any character without that, aside from the few exceptions like Rain, like if you play Kung Lao without Sector, you're going to be having to deal with the wake up game and wake up buttons. That's how it is. If you don't have a move that you can throw out that covers me getting up, like a Sarge Bomb or a Rain Whirlpool or whatever, like a Devore Bug from MK11, then you have to deal with, am I going to get up, do this, that? Because you can't do everything at the same time. If you're going to try to throw me, there's risk. Try to do a string to meet by holding up, there's risk. And if you do a down one, I don't care. So that's where the problem comes in that.
But most of the better cameos in the game are those characters who ignore the wake up system,
Right,
like,
but that's why I'm very confused on this conversation, because I thought you wanted to ask, like, what do we undo for the next MK game? I'm not saying they should remove anything from the... And they can keep MK1 how it is. It could stay exactly how it is, never get patched, since people like it. They can stay like that. I'm talking about for the next MK game. And also, I don't want to say this to ruin, like, the conversation, but people are tired of us talking about MK11 every episode, man. Like, I'm not saying to shut down the conversation, but in the comments, people do not... I think they're tired of us talking about MK11 every episode, man. They want to hear us talk about other topics.
I think I mentioned MK11 maybe like once or twice. Most of the
I understand, but we were just talking like 15 minutes about MK11 right now, and I don't want this to come another episode where it's like a portion of it's about MK11 again, because people are just they already know our stance on the game, and every time we talk about the game, it's literally the same thing over and over and over with wake ups and whatever.
I mean, some individuals in our audience are huge hypocrites, because if I mention Tekken, don't talk about Tekken. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to mention Tekken anymore. Then I'm like, okay, can I talk about NRS games? Okay.
Okay.
Like, what do people want? Like,
I'll tell you what they want, because they were telling us what they wanted in the last episode, actually. In the comments, if you read them, they like to hear us talk about whatever the current MK game is, but not repeatedly. Like, we talked every week, MK1, about Uplock being dumb. Eventually, people are going to be like, okay, this is getting dumb. We already know you guys don't like Uplock.
We haven't done on this podcast.
Have you noticed I stopped talking about that? Because now I'm starting to factor in what the audience wants to see instead of what I want to talk about 24/7. So because of that, I've been venturing away to try to make every episode feel interesting instead of, hey guys, welcome to the 50th MK1 episode. Guess what I'm going to say today? I'm going to complain about Uplock again, fatal blows. Nobody's trying to listen to the same episode over and over. So to respect their time, I'm trying to keep the conversation interesting, but also they told us exactly what they want to hear us talk about. They want us to talk about interesting stuff every week regarding an MK game. It could be something new every week. And they want to hear us talk about the current, whatever the hot topic is in the current FGC. Like right now it's 2XKO, so we were talking about that's good. So that's what we can do going forward. We can talk about always something new regarding MK and whatever the current topic is. I think that's better than us continually talking about why we don't like MKX because 50/50s, why we don't like MK11 because wake ups or the game is so boring, why we don't like MK1 because Uplock. Because at that point, people tuning in don't like to listen to that. They're like, we already seen this. We have listened to this episode 50 times already. Or we listened to the episode last week. Why are you guys talking about the same thing again? That's the only reason why I mentioned that. I think the MK11 talk should probably take a break from that.
I think there was barely any MK11 talk on this podcast. And besides...
but the point is, there's no reason to mention MK11 anymore, Dave. Why are we even mentioning it? To tell us the wake-up system sucks or false box too broken or fatal blow? Like, people already know.
Oh, well, obviously, we're trying to make our arguments to support, we're trying to make an argument that supports us. So of course I'm going to mention something that favors, my argument. Like it's not even about trashing the game. When was the last time I even trashed the game? I didn't even say whether I didn't say that this is shit, this is bad. I didn't even use those words. So like what we're not allowed to say, we're not allowed to make claims that favor us. Like that doesn't make any sense. And I'm not saying this in a manner like
mention another game to talk about MK1? I don't understand, or the new MK game.
Because we're trying to figure out what the best thing is moving forward, aren't we? Like, what do we want? Do we want a mixture of a wake up system like Mortal Kombat 11 and Mortal Kombat 1? And
in my opinion, I think MK11 had the most potential to be a good wake up system. Every character should have their unique wake ups, and I don't like seeing lazy wake ups. I don't understand Street Fighter and other games do this, but when you have a special move and you're like, okay, what's this character's wake up system? Oh, it's doing that same special move you have already, but as a wake up this time. That's a little lazy. I like it, and Melee does this too. In Melee, you have unique wake ups per character. They have different get ups. The moves you do in standing and neutral are not your wake ups. Like, for example, if you can do Sub-Zero slide in neutral or footsies as your move, that's not your wake up attack, because that's the move you have access to when you're on your feet on the ground. But when you're knocked down, you would have access to other unique moves that only you can do from knockdown. If they do that for the next MK game, then every character would have their unique wake up and you could bounce them around. For example, whoever the zoners that you're talking about could have the worst wake ups, the worst options on the ground. Whereas other characters who aren't zoners, like, I don't know, let's take a Grundy for a random example, he would have some of the better wake ups or other wake up options. Like, that's how you do it. So they should bring back the MK11 system, but not the way it worked in MK11, but expand on it. Give every character their unique wake ups and make them unique for every character. Some characters have like a mid attack they wake up with, some characters have a high attack, some characters have like a garbage like jab wake up that like is minus on hit or something. They could keep it interesting.
I think you have a case to be made for that. I think if you're going to talk of universal, I think just pressing up 3 is way too universal for me, or up 2. I don't like stuff like that.
This is the thing. I don't like universal inputs. Like, I don't like how everybody meter burns the same or everybody does fatal blow the same. Yeah. That should not be a thing. Next MK game, I want to see everybody's X-ray be a unique input. Everybody's wake up attack be unique input. Like, for example, if I wake up with Jade in MK13, her wake up will be like 4 down forward to do like whatever the unique wake up is. 4 down forward 3. And then if I'm playing Scorpion, his wake up would be like back forward forward, something like that. So you mix it up. I don't like making all these inputs be the same.
No, yeah, we agree to that extent. But in general, and I know this is my bias here, I also associate the wake up system MK11 with so many other options. I know it's not fair, but like just to mention a couple, flawless block, fatal blows, jump, button, right? I know you get rid of that if you got rid of the delay wake up entirely, or if it cost resources. And maybe you're 100% right, the game would have been more enjoyable for a lot more people. I don't know, it's impossible to say because we never saw that. And who knows, maybe NRS tested it and they were like, you know what, this doesn't actually work out. So it's very difficult to imagine such a system when none of us ever tried it. And by the way, it's the same true for you arguing with Mortal Kombat 1, right? And it's delayed wake up. If you got rid of it, would the game be better? I don't know. In my opinion, probably not, but who knows?
Yeah, in terms of like characters, I feel like going in the future, they need to design every character to play as different as possible. That would make MK more exciting. Because one of my viewers today, Surat, mentioned, and he made a good point, MK was never really about archetypes. It's not an archetype game. They just make things, and whatever we play and start using and realize it's good, we deem it as an archetype all of a sudden. Like, for example, any character could have a projectile. It could be Kano or Shiva or whatever. Whoever ends up having a projectile with a better frame, then all of a sudden we're labeling them as a zoner. But are they really designed to be an archetype? They're not. They just end up being like that because we worked on that. They don't really design them in a way to be, like characters with archetypes. When he mentioned that, I was like, you know what? That's actually true. Other games like Street Fighter or whatever, characters are designed to play differently by intention. But in MK games, it just kind of falls on whatever the cards roll and how they play. Oh, this character has better 50-50 mix-ups? We're going to call them a rushdown archetype. This character has command grabs? Well, we're going to call them a command grab archetype. But I feel like NRS just kind of does stuff, and then the community kind of puts the pieces together and label them what they are. But a lot of times it's what their frames are. Like, for example, we saw Johnny go from being a power zoner to all of a sudden not being a zoner because they just tweaked the frame rate on some moves. So for next MK game, it'd be interesting if they actually try to design archetypes, similar to like Injustice did, but they try to make characters feel unique, different, and have their own stuff. That would make MK more interesting instead of having everybody have generic strings, uppercuts, sweeps, whatever, and then whatever frame data they have that benefits whatever style is what we start lumping them as an archetype.
I think that's a silly argument because how players decide to play the character, that is the ideal way to play the character. Like what you see in a tournament, it's not because some guy decided, oh, let me just freestyle. No, that's the best way to play. Like Freddy, no question, ladies and gentlemen, I should have used the 50-50s more, but like by design, Freddy in MK9, there was no doubt like he was a zoning character, you know, just the way he played. And that was the ideal way to play him. That's why I got top 8 and other people didn't. And Cabal, right, with Rio, he was this versatile, you know, for the game standards, you know, execution character, could do everything. And Rio brought out the best in that, right? Zone in most matchups, right? But also rush down when appropriate, did armor, whatever, etc. You guys have seen that, right? Kenshi with Pig of the Hut as a dominant neutral force with armor, with push, anti-airs, pushing you back. Not doing certain combos, cutting them short to push you back and force you to come in. That was the ideal way to play the character. That is the design. I don't give a crap what the developers are thinking behind the scenes. We have eyes. We look at the, you know, what's succeeding, and based on that piece of evidence, we make up our minds. I mean, Cage. Do I even have to go into that, right? Like in MK9, like these characters were designed to play a specific way, and you know, I think the evidence is, you know, it's obvious.
I get what you're saying, but more in the lines of what I was saying is the way Freddy was designed in MK9, he wasn't made to be, let me run away all day, projectiles run away. I think it just ended up being like that. Because if you think about it, they're just designing things what Freddy would have. Okay, he throws a glove at you, he has a teleport to get away from you, he has a stance, he has this and that. So the way it ended up being was just, you know, he happened to be a zoner. Because when you think about it, why would they give a character like that that's supposed to be a zoner? Like by his archetype, the best 50-50 launchers in the game that are unfuzzyable and they lead to a bunch of damage and they're safe. That makes no sense. By that, like argument, like he's not really a zoning character. Wouldn't have that. It kind of doesn't make sense. And if you look at a character like,
yeah, we have talked about this topic before. There are no like pure archetypes.
Right, and what I'm saying is that's what Surat said earlier. He said MK games aren't designed with archetypes. Whatever sticks on the board is what we label them as, but they're not intentionally designed to be like that. Like, I don't think they intended Cabal's offense to be that good in MK9. From what I was told, is they wanted Cabal to have a dash cancel to cancel it while using it from far, but then they never put 2 and 2 together. What if people started using off strings up close? That was like, you know, they didn't think that far. So now all of a sudden, Cabal is a character with good neutral, with dash cancels, but then in your face he's a rush on monster. And on top of that, he's zoning. So it's kind of all over the place. I think for the next MK game, they need to start designing characters with intention, like archetype intention design. Like Shiva, make her be the grappler or mix-up character. Who would be a good like zoning character in terms of Serena, I guess, comes to mind. Make her be a projectile spammy character. But the way she would work would be different and unique, so it wouldn't be as brain dead as Deadshot. Like, if they make Serena's throwing knives do 2%, you could spam them, they're very fast, but they lose to all other projectiles like Reiko's stars do. That's a way to do it. So you can't really win off using them, but they're a huge part of our game plan. You like spam projectiles, you can play Serena.
No, the problem with that logic, it's difficult to analyze a game like Mortal Kombat 9 in order to determine what's intentional or what's not, right? Because it's a game that has so many glitches and bugs. Like,
yeah, but that's exactly what I mean. We don't know what character I don't know. You look at a character like Jade. What even was her archetype? In the beginning of the game, it looked like she was a footsie powerhouse character, but then they nerfed it, so it's like, correct. I guess she wasn't supposed to be a footsie character. So what did she do? It's just like they're doing random designs, and then whatever they end up being good at, we call them as an archetype. But was that the developers' initial intention, or did they just give them some frames and stuff, and then it ended up working out how it did?
Well, in this case, that's why I don't like to go by their intentions. I don't care what the intentions were. I'm just judging what the intentions were by watching the best of the best.
Yeah, you're saying we're labeling characters by what they do. Like, for example, in UMK3, are the intention of Cabal to be a power zone, or probably not, right? When they designed him back then, but we kind of call him that because that's what he does in the game. But the problem is, the reason why the archetypes feel a little shallow in MK games is because that reason, what Surat said. These characters aren't designed with true archetypes intention. They're just artists make moves for them. Whoever's balancing the characters tweaks the frame data, and whatever they have good, we call them an archetype. But that's not really how you design an archetype character. That's just how the cards fall.
I think one of the best things about Mortal Kombat 9 are the archetypes. The problem is that with archetypes that diverse, you guys already know what the issue is going to be, right? You can't have a game based on every evidence we have seen throughout fighting game history. Like, you can't have a game that diverse and then have something resembling balance. And I know people say, well, I don't care about balance. I just want to do what I do. And that's fine, right? But like, we know that there's an oversaturation of fighting games in the sense of, social media. And when people see too much of something, like Maximilian documented earlier, like, people are just going to get bored. Do you want to watch a grappler, constantly, throwing you and doing whatever, a vortex possibly, or a zoning character keeping you out with? It doesn't.
Well, see, but the thing is, what Max says, he brings up a good point. You don't want the game to feel repetitive or the character to feel repetitive. Like, for example, imagine there was a character, all he has to do is come in and grab you once. He grabs you. Now, guess what he does after? Now you have to guess another grab or not. Or grab you again? Now you have to guess another. It's like, bro, at that point, it's like you're watching the same episode on TV air for the 20th time. We had a character that did that. Remember from Armageddon, Meat? What was his whole game plan? Walk up to you, do this one unblockable command grab, throws you, knock down, you're going to get an infinite by it, or they would do the rule where they wait a second for doing it again, but we all knew it was probably an infinite again. And you just watch it. It's like, that's not exciting gameplay to see. The same thing like when you watch a character, like, I don't know, back roll, hit you once, and then come in, restand you, overhead low, hit you, okay, big combo, restand you, overhead low, big combo, hit you. Like, you got to make characters feel interesting to play against, and also interesting to see, where they're not just doing one thing over and over and over.
But that's literally impossible to do in a game with too many characters. And let me give you guys the example. What do all competitive players want? They want control. Why has Sonic Fox won for so long? Well, essentially, Sonic Fox puts you in a vortex, and then you just guess and die usually, right? And on the other side of of the spectrum, you had a player like Theo in Injustice. What did he do? He controlled the neutral to the extent you essentially couldn't do anything, and you were just stuck. It wasn't a vortex. It wasn't necessarily even zoning, right? It was with Aquaman. So fighting game players, the reason a lot of them are complaining right now is because there's less of that. They want that. By the way, that's me as well, right? I want to put you at a range where you cannot do anything, and that's how I win. Once you remove that, the game is not as fun for me. And again, it goes back into the old argument, is the game fun? Why should I play this game if I cannot do that? I think, Rio, you have good intentions. The thing you advocated for, like, doesn't exist. Like, it has never been done before. But it doesn't mean you should stop talking about it. I'm just telling you, like, every time you get rid of something, you cause another issue. If you change something, you cause this issue. It's kind of like a tier list, right? In which not everybody can be top tier. You can have a great balanced game, but at the end of the day, there will always be imbalances. There will always be diversity. And that's like the consequence of a fighting game. That's what, that's why we play or we do not.
Okay, but if you wanted there to be a very good power zoner where you spam projectiles, instead of having it be like Deadshot where you're doing one projectile over and over, or like Cabal from MK9 where you're just doing one projectile over and over, what if you had 15 different projectiles to choose from? They all do different things. Wouldn't that be, you have the same ability to zone people out, but now you have to make choices. It'd be more interesting to watch too. If they take that route, it'd be a lot better than being like, this is a zoner. Oh, why is he a zoner? You just smash Spirit Charge with Kenshi and MK9 over and over and over and over, and people can't really get in. Oh, okay. What's this character do? Oh, that character is Sonya from MKX. What does she do? Down one them. I'm talking about pre-patch Sonya, by the way. Down one them, the military covered off, back one and back three. Do combo, knock down, come in, back one and back three over and over. 50-50 loop, 24/7. That's kind of boring. You want characters to have more depth with them. You can have a 50-50 character and a zoning character or whatever character you want. Be good in that by having to do a lot of things in that aspect instead of it just being you just do one thing over and over and over to be that archetype.
Well, I think, again, you're 100% right, but I don't know
again,
too
like,
many...
Look, so I don't mean to cut you off, but look at Grundy, another good example from NRS. They made a grappler character who, instead of doing the same command grab over and over, he has like 4 different command grabs to do that do different things, different anime, different buffs. That's how they should do it. You want to make a grappler that does nothing but grab people? Okay, well, you can play this grappler, but guess what? He has 15 different command grabs that do 15 different things, and it's your job to learn when to use which one. This one's good in footsies, this one's good on knockdown, this one doesn't give advantage, but you can use it to punish. This one's a good like that's I think they should try to go that way in designing characters.
No, I agree, but I think the examples with Deadshot and to a lesser extent Deathstroke, they're overplayed, because I don't know anybody in the FGC who's like, yeah, Deadshot guys, bring that back. Like almost nobody's saying that. Like I think those examples are being put forward way too much when they represent essentially nobody. I was one of the first people to tell my friend playing to win, this is going to get nerfed. Please
well,
don't
I
play.
mentioned Cabal too. He just spams the same fireball over and over.
No,
I don't think that's very exciting to watch.
No, and I agree with you. It's
even
not.
For Katana and MK9, you're just air zoning over and over to build meter. It's like very boring to watch because you're doing one thing.
Like analyzing this too many. Like some people, they don't want to deal with that at any point. Like whether it's Cabal or whether it's
that's what I'm saying. So they got to find a way, if they want Cabal or Katana to be a good zoner, different ways to keep them a good zoner while it not being boring and dry.
It has nothing to do with boring and dry, even if it's exciting. Some people just want to look, I just want to run and do my mix-ups. And you know what game they play? MKX. And that's okay. Like, they have every right to do that. I'm the same way. You have a strong anti-fireball game, I don't want to play your game. Like, why would I play your game? Like, my skill is out of the window. And that's okay, too. So I know Reo will blow me up for, like, the 50th time, but that's really what it is. Like, guys, just play what you like and play the meta that supports your gameplay style. And if you get sick of it,
I don't again, this conversation isn't leading anywhere, because imagine everybody was in the room suits and they're like, tell us how to make a better fighting game, and the answer is you can't. People want to do what they want, they want to do what they want, and that's just how it is. Like, they're going to be like, oh, why are you here then when you're not here to discuss anything?
Well, I am again, this podcast is almost 2 hours long. We are here to discuss anything, but I think we also keep it real and honest with your audience. Like, you can't have a fighting game that appeases everything, is perfect, everybody is perfectly balanced, everybody's happy. Like, that doesn't exist.
Who is saying that they want a fighting game to be perfectly balanced and appease everybody? Have I said that? That's not what I said.
I mean, you're kind of implying it though. Like, everybody's happy, everybody does this, nobody complains. Like, there's no such thing.
No, I'm telling you why some people aren't happy, because they don't like seeing repetitive stuff over and over and over.
Well, to an extent.
So when you want to design a character that does something, which you say people hate zoning or hate grappling, okay, but can they at least design it in a way where it's not you're seeing just the same command grab, 5-second long command grab over and over, or the same single projectile over and over? That's a boring design.
Randy, who has very long animations on his command grabs, like, and some people actually hated about the character. Maybe not to the extent that like people hated MKX Kotal Khan or whatever, but like, or even MK11 Kotal Khan, right? Like, he has. So I don't want to make this personal, but like your own examples kind of contradict what you're saying. Like, they don't make any sense. And by the way, I contradict myself all the time. I'm just telling you, like, guys, play the game that you like. There's no such thing as, everybody's gonna be happy. This zoner is gonna be as happy as the grappler, or vice versa. Like, you play the games that are representative of your strengths. That's what I've always done, right? That's why I don't play Third Strike. There's no point. Can I play it and do okay? I'm sure I could. But like, there's no point. I can just play Super Turbo. That game is more representative of the way I want to play. That's why you pick and choose. If you guys hate zoning, MKX is perfect for you. Like, you get to run in. Zoning is generally very weak. Defense is very weak. So if you're really strong rushdown and offensive player, that game is for you. If you want to play like more footsie-based gameplay, MK11 is for you. If you like assist-based games, then MK1 is for you. I don't understand why this is a blow-up. I'm just trying to keep it real with the audience.
Yeah, is there anything else you want to talk about? Was that it?
No, I think we're good.
All right, this has been episode 62. Thank you guys for watching. Let us know what you think and which topic you guys would like to see us cover next regarding an MK game. And thank you, Dave, for being on, and also Tom earlier, even though you had to go earlier. I appreciate it, guys. We'll see you guys again next week in the next episode. Thank you guys again for watching. Peace out, everybody.